Greetings, clubbers and clobberets. Oh man, what is up, my good friends? How are you all this fine Saturday night? Are we ready for some Saturday night Star Trek? I hope we are.
Ready.
Ending up that season, first season of Deep Space Nine. It is so good to see you all, my dear friends. And I hope many more will be piling in shortly. We'll be watching for them. We'll start our shout outs in a minute. First, I want to shout out to the greatest first officer in the fleet, my wonderful, lovely first officer, the greatest one ever. And she's on shore leave, but she's joining us from a remote location.
I am. I'm so excited about it. I'm reporting this evening from the lakefront property. So you may hear people driving by in chopper bikes that sound really loud. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I have a great view from my laptop. I look out onto the water, 22 kilometer by 20 kilometer lake. And we just finished boating. So I'm in a super good mood. So if I seem really jazzed tonight, it's because I had a little bit of a vacay and I'm feeling good. And I missed Clobby and I missed all of you.
Well, missed you big time and just love having you here tonight. I'm just excited, and I'm always in a good mood. Even when I start in a bad mood, when I'm get near you, boom, I'm immediately in a good mood. So,
I love you with all of my heart, and I have to say, sorry to you, and sorry to everyone, from for the Clobby's Clubhouse thing. But I should tell everyone today that my husband joined this big pool event. Now there were amateurs there that were in a gold division, and there was a higher division than that, a platinum division, and then there was a pro event. Andrew, my husband, won the platinum event. He won the Western Canadian Championships. And I thought that he won a third in the 10 ball in the Western Canadian Championships. But as it turns out, there was a mathematical error, and he actually won second. So he is the Western Canadian Champion Platinum, which is the upper division of pool, number one in 8 ball, and number 2 in 10 ball. And the scheduling of the matches is actually what kept me from showing up, because that's right when Clobby's Clubhouse starts. Otherwise, I would have been there, because wild horses couldn't drag me away from you. You're very important to me, and but congratulations, Andrew.
Congrats to the hubby.
Yeah. Oh, I read him your messages of congratulations, yours and Mark's, and he smiled. He really appreciated it.
Well, big time congrats. I'm happy for him, and it's fantastic. And I'm very happy that you are all out there having, excuse me, some fun. Why does every time wait, hang on a second.
This is great. Who put that comment up? It's disappeared now. Where is it? Max Redstone. Why didn't Andrew win the gold press platinum division?
Maybe next time.
That's totally cool.
Love it. Oh my goodness. Well, I tell you what, that is so fantastic. I'm glad you're having a lovely time. I know our chief engineer might pop in later to celebrate with us after the reviews, if he's around there. I know he too has been out on shore leave somewhere. But before we get to our hellos and acknowledgments, we will do a couple of show notes, folks. Let's see here. Again, of course, first and we'll do that last. So the show notes, and then we'll do hellos, and then we'll take care of something else. As always, I do believe that it returns this week, Sunday Night Geekery from the great Mark D with the C. Please go to his channel also, by the way, but he will be as every Sunday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, host the great Sunday Night Geekery. If you want to just come and hang out and just talk basic geek stuff with some geeks on, in the week in the geekiest way possible, please show up for that. I always try to be there for that when I can. Then there is, of course, Monday night Mark C. Comics Talk. As you all may or may not know, it is indeed Jack Kirby month on Clobbering Times. It is that every year and throughout the month of August, it is Jack Kirby month.
Look at that handsome face. Look at that handsome feller.
So I celebrate the great Jack Kirby, the king of comics, throughout the month. And Monday Night Mark C Comics Talk, we will be reviewing Fantastic Four number 51. Is it the greatest Jack Kirby comic of all time? Well, the great Mark D with the C and I, we don't know if we'll be able to answer that question, but we have a Clobby's Classic Comic review of Epic. Kirby Proportions is probably my favorite Kirby comic of all time. This monster. And I cannot wait to review this. It's going to be a lot of fun for any of you Kirby fans out there, comics fans in general. One of the all-time greatest comics ever. Single issues, ever. So looking forward to that.
Those are some mighty nice posters you have there. And you know that comic with a thing in it that you said you believe is the greatest comic ever written?
Yes, yes.
Can you put that image back up?
The first issue, that one, or the
yeah. Okay, no, that other, okay,
right.
That one. Did you know that I was roaming around looking for stuff for you, and did you know that I found the GIF of this? And in the GIF, I believe he raises his arms and then puts them down.
I've only seen one where you can see like some mild movement of Reed in the back there with the Kirby crackle. And so I've never seen one of his arms moving. That'd be cool to find.
I am going to dig it out and grab it for you. What I was going to do is I was actually going to try and find a way to alter it to make it a part of the community here. But I think I'm just going to send it to you. And I can do both. I can just send it to you, and I can also find a way to retool it for your community use.
Well, that would be fabulous. I love it. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Also, again, that's Monday night, and then Wednesday night, I'm calling this one Kirby Splendor. We're going to call about the visual effects of Jack Kirby, the King of Comics. What I mean by that is from the Kirby crackles to the big, gigantic, crazy collages to his 2-page spreads, his amazing splash pages, and other crazy Kirby machines, all of the crazy, the most innovative, just the most extraordinary artist ever to work in comics. We're going to celebrate some of that. And then, of course, we'll have the Clubhouse on Thursday night. The Fantastic Three will hang out with the Fantastic Four. And let's see here. And yeah, that's about it. Of course, until next week on Saturday Night Star Trek. So,
I should tell everyone my show note. Everyone,
go for it.
I finished writing the book.
Oh my!
I'm done. So I sent the last story out for editing. The full 10 stories are now ready for printing, physical copies, for a book launch, for the full thing. I'm done. I finished it.
All right, that's fantastic.
Oh, and also, I just wanted to also say that Armin Shimmerman. Now, that might be Shimerman, anglicized to Shimmerman, but whatever. I don't care. He says Shimmerman, I believe. So Armin Shimmerman was on Twitter, and he said that he was the first Ferengi in Star Trek, obviously Latek. He is not, and so I corrected him on Twitter. Just for the record, Armin Shimmerman was not the first Ferengi on screen. That's not true. It was Damon Tarr, and Damon Tarr was played by Mike Gomez in The Last Outpost on October 19th, 1987. Remember, he was first. He had that nasty little tattoo on his forehead, and he talks to the human. So, Armin Shimmerman. Now, I wanted to raise this and make this a part of the show notes because, there have been many times where I've tried to explain to folks why it's really important to vet your Star Trek materials meticulously, to make sure that they've gone through an editing process and that they're not like coming from memoirs or from user-generated information on the internet. And this is an example. So I thought I would raise this example to you. Folks, this is what I mean about how sometimes Star Trek actors and actresses and people involved with the production, they create their own narrative. And I don't think they're trying to do it maliciously. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I'm not going to say either way. But what I am saying is that the human memory can be quite fallible. And when you're dealing with people in Hollywood with huge egos, sometimes they can try to recreate a history that doesn't exist. So this is one of those times. So I wanted to show you what I'm talking about making sure that the person who you're getting the information from is telling the truth. In this case, Armin Shimmerman, well, it's probably Shimerman, but it's anglicized, it's Shimmerman. Armin Shimmerman was not the first Ferengi, and he has reported that to you incorrectly. And I would gently suggest that that might have something to do with his ego, but it is complete.
Yes, I mean he was the first regular cast member that was a Ferengi, I guess, amongst the first, but no, not not even close to the first person to ever play a Ferengi. Yeah,
that's right.
So there you go. So I don't know what he was thinking there. Weird, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Well, I'll tell you what we were going to do. We will go ahead and write some stuff down here. Write a couple more names down here. We will go ahead and start our hellos.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let me write a couple more down. I see our good buddy Mark D with AC is here.
Yay! How are you doing, my fellow vacation and fool? It's good to see you, my friend.
Yep. Probably all sunburned.
He comes back lobster.
Yeah, all righty. Well, again, so yes, to acknowledge our friends who are here tonight, the great Mark D with us, our chief engineers here. Lord Thoth popped in. I know Lord Thoth had to run, but he did pop in and say hello. So always hail to the great Lord Thoth. We always love to see him, and I hope he and the wonderful Lady Thoth are doing well.
Love those two, and such a shame that he had to duck out early, because I was at a very large military museum today, and I was so excited to talk to him about the contents of this military museum, of course, because there was an entire corridor dedicated to the RCMP. But I will find another way to connect with him on that. But I had a stupidly great time, and I had to drag myself out of the place. So shout out to LT and Lady Thoth. You will be missed this evening.
Always missed, absolutely. Raymond Feliciano and Sandra Feliciano are here. Hello, hello, hello.
And you know what that means. King Dolphin TV.
King Dolphin TV. In color. Let's see here. Mr. Angel. Chef.
Yeah, not good.
I hope you're doing okay, buddy.
Chef was, if you are just joining the chat or just joining the podcast and just listening to it like an old time radio program, Mr. Angel, our ship's chef, he has fallen ill again. He's in the hospital, and I would love it if all of you could please send him your love, your best wishes. If you're religious, if you could send a prayer to him. If you're not religious, it's okay. Just send some good vibes, send some good thoughts, some feelings, some, warm emotions. He needs those hugs. He needs our support. He's been a great friend to this channel, and I want him to know that we are all pulling for him and that he has hundreds of people behind him wishing him well.
Absolutely. Hope you're okay there, Mr. Angel. Hang in there, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Franz, I'm outsider.
Is a man.
Was a man, is a man, always will be a man, I think. I'm not casting roles on him. Pleasant Valley Picker, hello.
Hello.
Shooters here.
Pew, 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 pew.
J-Man, buddy, that was a great stream you guys had going there.
Oh, and it was his birthday. Jason, happy birthday.
Was that today?
No, it was either yesterday or the day before, but
that's what I was trying to find out. Yeah.
I couldn't go to his birthday party, but I retweeted it and I was like, everyone go say hi to Jay. Go buy his books. Go support his channel.
He did a stream for it?
Yeah, he did a birthday stream.
When?
Let me go check my phone.
I didn't know that. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
I just wanna check
Well,
it.
actually,
I
you
did
know
not know
what?
that. I would have been
I'm not
there.
getting any of my notifications on Twitter.
Damn
Do
it.
you know that Larry
Damn it,
Larry
Jay.
tweeted me a whole bunch of stuff and I missed it? So there's something going on with Twitter, but let me just go check.
No, don't worry about that. Jay, you did a birthday stream too? I had no idea.
2 days ago.
Okay.
2 days
Damn
ago.
it. Well,
Says,
if
it's
I
my
was
birthday. Come hang out and see what comics came out this day in
oh, that was his
1977.
regular Thursday show. I wish I had not missed that. So
Birthday
sorry
stream.
about
Yep.
that, brother. Well, happy birthday, buddy. We're both a couple of August boys.
Yep.
18. There you go.
Yep.
Same
And
as that's same as Gary with Nerdrotic. That's the same day. There you go.
And I stand by my orders. These are your orders from headquarters. This is your XO speaking. Tap, tap, tap on the mic. This is your XO speaking. Make sure you get your butts on over and follow J-Man. He is such a sweet person. And once you do follow him, go over to his Twitter. Do you know that he's an author and so is his wife? They're both talented people from the entertainment and authorial community here in Canada, and they deserve your support. So hop on over there and get that job done. And if you haven't wished him happy birthday, please send him a little cake, a little champagne, a little hat in the chat.
Indeed. So continuing, shout out to Dave Bob. Thanks for becoming a member. Dave Bob, I don't have it in front of me. I can't touch whatever level it was, brother. Thank you so much. I'll have to check. I don't have they don't show you on StreamYards. Dave Bob, thank you. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. You're too kind.
I said Dave Bob's a member.
Gwagnar. Narada, not Amanda Bear. Hey, my friend. I hope you're doing well. D-Bud Buddy, the great D-Bud Martin of Iron.
D-Bud.
The great Chris Persia, Canadian wrench extraordinaire. Good to see you, Chris.
Love you.
Thanks.
I loved
you,
your
buddy.
ad for our show today.
Oh,
it
it's
was
always
just
amazing.
Spectacular. And thank you for supporting my work. You know,
Thank
so
you
many
so
of
much.
you, J-Man, Sean, Chris, I mean, all of you, JT Kirk, everyone, like the way you guys have supported my work. Chris Persia, I love you. Thank you for everything, for being such a good friend.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Oh, by the way, the Catman, aka Dee Dee Myers, welcome. And if you said August as well, that means, and the 20th to be exact, that means tonight. So happy birthday. I mean, if I'm reading that right, first shout out. Hope you and your wonderful family are doing well, and your wonderful wife. And
yes,
happy birthday. Today's your birthday. Oh, there you go. Everyone give a happy birthday.
Catman, no.
Today is your birthday. Give the Catman everyone a happy birthday.
Yeah. Cake. Noisemakers, champagne, whatever emoticons you can find.
And yes, indeed. Enigmatic Drop Bear, my friend. Thank you for being here.
The Erudite Bear. I am so looking forward to your comments and just to your great conversation this evening. Thank you for joining us.
Indeedishness. Hungry Boy, who is tonight he is hungry for a sequel to Bubba Hotep. I'm not sure. I love that movie, but I don't know if I want a sequel to it nowadays and age, unless it's got Bruce Hamlin and Don directing, you know. But I'm with you, buddy. It's a fun movie.
I love Hungry Boy. The official artist of CLOBBERIN Times. And also, he has created some community art. Yes, although he's denied himself sleep because he has so many art projects going on. He has created some amazing t-shirt art. He did it for you folks. And so Hungry Boy and I have been using we've joined up as a team, using his artwork, a little bit of my graphics artwork, and we've come up with some merchandise, the merchandise that you guys requested. So Hungry Boy and I have put our art heads together and got that merch together for you. So be very grateful to Hungry Boy because he's making stuff just for you folks at your request.
Hungry Boy's the man. We love you, buddy. Another person, a good friend of the show, R. Feliciano Raymond, thank you for the $5 super chat. You're too kind. He says, Clobberin and Raquel, tomorrow is our anniversary. Love you, Sandra. Well, he loves you, Sandra, and we love you, Sandra. And happy anniversary to you both, good friends.
Can I sing silly to you? Happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary. From the Flintstones.
And my present to them will be not singing to them. You're welcome.
I love the way that Barney sings this song, though, with his mouth open and his little nose, well, his big nose moving all over the place. Happy anniversary, happy anniversary.
Nice.
Anyways, happy anniversary,
yes,
Felicianos.
Mr. Tickle Trunk, welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
Hey, sweetheart.
The great JT Kirk is here. Hey, buddy.
Hey, baby.
Wolfie.
Oh, oh,
Dave Bob just said he dropped in. So thanks for joining, bro. And hey, have a great rest there, my friend.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing well, bro.
I said good night, Dave Bob.
Hmm?
Is Dave Bob leaving?
Yes, he's running. He has to run to get some rest. But good to see you, buddy. Look, this is I almost didn't recognize our good buddy Dadman is here. Dadman walking. I can't find. Oh, there he is. Look, he's got a new avatar. He's changed it after got rid of the scary one.
Listening on the phone. What did he say?
Oh, he said listening on the phone and TV, so I get an encore presentation of Raquel sound effects and Clubby's great singing. Thank you, dude. You're too kind.
You want to know why he has a new avatar, right? He launched his own channel with the support of Martin with a C and several other folks in the community. So he has his own graphics now, and he's ready and raring to go. He's very excited about it, and
I did not
very
know that.
kind and very thankful to everyone. And he's ready and raring. He's got speedy little legs like the Roadrunner. You know when the Roadrunner's legs spin, but his body stays in one spot? That's Dadman right now. He's just ready. And in Canada, we just say he's ready to give her. He's just ready to give her.
Well, I did not know that. I'm always the last to know everything around here. Mark D with a C. If you help them start it up, man, get that link in there for him when you can, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And again, also with us is the great master of the limerick, Max Redstone, who says, "Can I also say one time, elaborate? Just don't say it like Avery Brooks said it. That was the worst.
Just don't. And everyone, as much as I love Max, I mean, Max is a very good friend to the channel, sweetheart of a man. I absolutely adore him. But I would like it if you could all please, first, put your agonizers on him. And then when you're done,
for Max.
Put him in the agony booth. And when you're done, put him in the rite of ascension line. Just give it all to him. Give it all to him. He deserves it for all that crap that he just put in the chat. The crap.
You brought it on yourself, buddy. But yes, good to see you there, Dad, man, and family. Hope you guys are doing great. Masters Maniac Mexico, or as I finally call him, MMM. Hello there, MMM. It's good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Captain Time Lord Spock, traveling through time. We don't know what century he's in right now. Good to see you there, Captain.
Hey, sweetheart. Nice to see you.
There's the song says Captain, said what? I bet he knows that song. Diesel. Hello there, Diesel. Welcome. In theater. Hello. Another captain's here. Captain James D. Skywalker. What's up, my friend?
Skywalker.
Michael Beacom, hello to you and the wonderful Cassandra.
The Beacom.
I hope you're all doing well tonight.
Yeah, my love to you guys.
Our great friend Terrell782. Hello there, sir.
Terrell! Don't work too hard tonight. Work safe and don't work too hard. We love you.
Yes, indeed. And Larry is here.
Well, Larry. Some people say his name twice. But you ought to say it thrice.
He's worth
because he is a gentleman of a man, a sweetheart of a person. It's Larry.
So he's worth it. Good to see you all. Anyone else pops in, I will get them written down. I hope we didn't miss anyone. And I will get them written down accordingly, and we will shout them out. First, before we get started, I will say thank you to anyone who happens to be lurking out there. We love the lurkers. Really appreciate you. And on the downloads or the replays, however you want to call it, thank you to our great friends who do that. We really appreciate you. Friends like Eric O'Sullivan and if we knew who other ones were, we would name them too, but we don't. But if you ever want to get shouted out, just leave a comment when you've downloaded it, and we'll do so. But anyway, only if you want to. No
Thank you for your support. You don't have to join the chat. We just love you, and we want you to know that that we're prepared to give you a very warm welcome. This is
only if you feel like
wonderful. this is a wonderful crew here. So if you're feeling shy, go ahead and join us. And if you feel like working and lurking, you keep doing that as well. But thank you either way. That's what the
Yes.
captain's trying to say. We just
We
really
appreciate
appreciate you.
Thank you so much. But let's see here. So I suppose we should get on. We only have 3 episodes for you tonight, and after that, we'll kind of sum up a little bit what we think of the first season of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. So what do you think? Number one, shall we get on with it?
Let's do it.
Alrighty then. So what we do here, of course, folks, for anyone who may be popping in new, just to cap it up real quickly, is this is the source material for our Deep Space Nine reviews. It is called the source. Well, I'll get number one explain that. But what we do here is we will review, or she will, number one, I'll turn it over to her, the con over to her, the helm, and she will read some information about the episode. Then we will basically very quickly discuss what we think about the episode and rate it from an from A to F or whatever, F to A, how you want to put it. And then, of course, after we've discussed it, the episode, we will turn to our fantastic chat. Friends who are here, anyone who has an opinion on the episode, they give us a rating and a few words of wisdom about the episode.
Mm-hmm.
And we read that there for you. So that's what we do here. And again, this is your book right here. And I will now turn over the reins to number one. She'll explain a little bit about the book, and then we will start on our first review of the night.
Well, thank you so much, Captain. Yeah, it's very important to use these vetted materials for the reasons that I outlined at the top of the show. And that is making sure that you are getting this original source material, that you're getting these original interviews, that they're coming from multiple people, and that they're verified sources. And so that's why I have this wonderful book that Clobby bought me. It's written by Terry J. Erdman. He gets a bit of help from his wife, Paula M. Block, who is a prolific Star Trek writer. I don't always agree with her, but I'll tell you something. Her books are worth buying. Her books are vetted meticulously, and she always uses original source material. So it's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. And tonight, I hope you will forgive me if I fumble a little bit. I will not be able to see the chat while I'm reading because the book has not arrived to me yet. So I will be reading from a PDF. And so I'm just going to read the summary part of it. Although there are multiple pages for each episode that reveal all sorts of wonderful information about the episodes, behind the scenes production, verification or dispelling of myth or factoid. So I'm going to read from this text, but I won't be able to see your comments while I'm reading from it, folks. I do apologize for that, but I am at the cottage on my laptop. So without further ado, let's get to Dramatis Personae. This is season 1, episode 17 or 18, depending upon your streaming service, and it's different all over the world. And that's because they broke up the pilot episode, and they're in throwing off the numbers. The most important thing for you to remember is that it is production code 418. Now, we all watched this for the very first time on May 31st, 1993. And dramas personae just means the persons of the drama in Latin. And it's okay if you don't know that. As an English teacher, I can tell you that it's reported that fewer than 10,000 people in the world speak and write Latin, are fluent in Latin. So despite a lot of Googling that you see on social media, no one really speaks Latin unless they're a priest.
Look who's here, by the way.
Oh, I can't see.
I'm sorry. But you want to know this. First of all, our good buddy Kamloops is here.
Hi, Kamloops.
And the wonderful, lovely Katie Carr. We're just so happy to see you.
Yes, hello, sweetheart.
I thought you want to know that.
Well, yeah, and she might have already started school. Different universities start at different times.
Lovely.
So our beautiful ballerina is here. Please send her your best, and I hope you're studying hard.
We love you, Katie. It's great to see you. And it's good to see you there, Kamloops.
Yes, nice to see you, Kamloops. So you can call this episode Dramatis Personae. You can call it the persons of the drama if you'd like. I call this episode the Day of the Dove.
There you go. Yeah, I call it. I call it. We could all be Klingons.
We can all be
Let's be
Klingons.
Klingons, folks.
Let's be Klingons. So now I'm going to read that summary from that marvelous book, the Star Trek. What's the name of it again? The Star Trek Deep Space Nine: The Companion, written by Terry J. Erdman and Paula M. Block. I'm going to be reading from page 60.
I'll tell you what. I'm sorry again, the bug. I didn't realize because Enigmatic Drop Bear just asked, "Are we finishing off the Forsaken reviews from last week?" I wish I'd have thought of that before we started this.
Yeah.
But if you want to do that, Enigmatic, you could. If you want to piggyback it onto this review or put it, like when you do before you do, after we ask for this review, anyone who wants to mention something about that episode from last week, you feel free, Enigmatic. You'll do it. We'll read both of them. We'll just double it up with this one.
Well, and together, the crew decided that at the end of every season, we would have like a recap of like how we felt about this season, if we thought that it was executed to, the highest standards, or if it really blew or whatever. That might be a great place to hash it out too, because then instead of it just being a sidebar, we could fully flesh out your ideas and add them to this wider discussion about the whole season. So then it doesn't seem like, it's just out in the periphery. It would be integrated into the whole discussion of the season.
If
so
you prefer to do it that way, I'm fine too. If everyone's okay with that. Scuba Pete, what's up, buddy?
Scuba Pete! And Leslie and the whole family that I love.
Well, if you'd rather do it that way, I'm fine with it. You're the reviewer.
I think well, the thing is that when you're talking about Enigmatic Drop Bear, you're really talking about a person who creates a lot of beautiful and two-way conversation in our chat. So I'd like to be able to showcase those comments instead of having them on the periphery. And so I think integrating them into the season cap and saying, hey, what about this episode? I think that that's a great way to feature those comments and not let them get lost or pushed to the wayside.
Okay, we'll do it that way. And then, so I'm sorry about that, Enigma. Edie, if I thought about it before we got started, if you mentioned it, we could have did that recap before, but we'll do it that way instead if it's okay with you. And I apologize again for the big mix-up.
Yeah, and don't worry about it. We got it all taken care of. Boss, stop kicking yourself for it.
It was me being senile.
No, and the thing is that Edie is just very excited because, of course, this is Enigmatic Drop Bear's first time through DS9. So these are going to be some exciting comments tonight, and I look forward to hearing them.
I hope that works well for you, ED. So
yeah. Okay, so Star Trek Deep Space Nine, The Companion, written by Terry J. Erdman and Paula M. Block, keeping copyright compliant. Yep. I am going to be reading excerpts extemporaneously from page 60. Let's do it. Sorry?
Steve Mitchum's here.
Hey, Steve!
I'll stop interrupting you, but I want to get some hellos in there.
That's okay. I can't see you, Steve. I'm reading from the PDF. I can't see the chat at all.
That's cool.
But I'll be back soon.
That's cool. Go for it.
Okay. Kira balks when Sisko tells her to allow a Valerian transport to dock at the station. The Valerians had run weapons-grade dolamide to Cardassian forces during the occupation of Bajor, and she believes that they continue to supply the Cardassians with weapons. Sisko says he will intervene only if Kira provides him proof of such activities. But prior to the Valerians' arrival, a Klingon ship blasts through the wormhole and explodes. The vessel's first officer, critically injured, manages to beam aboard the station, but dies a few seconds later, uttering the word victory, Kipla. Since the ship was known to be on a routine bio-survey mission, the crew is baffled both by the circumstances of the Klingon's death and the destruction of his vessel. While Dax and O'Brien search for the Klingon's ship's mission recorder, Kira and Sisko butt heads once again over the Valerian freighter. At Quark's place, Odo learns that the Klingons told the Ferengi they were bringing something back through the wormhole that would make the enemies of the Klingon Empire tremble. But before Odo can puzzle out the statement, he is struck by agonizing pain and his head briefly splits in two. Horrified, Quark calls for Dr. Bashir. After Odo regains consciousness in the infirmary, he's struck by an odd change in Bashir's personality and is concerned when the doctor hints that the friction between Kira and Sisko is likely to intensify. At the same time, Sisko and Kira have a confrontation about the Valerians, and Kira discovers that Sisko doesn't intend to interfere with their affairs after all. O'Brien and Dax, still looking for the destroyed ship's mission recorder, also begin to show personality changes. And O'Brien questions Dax about her loyalties to Sisko. When Kira attempts to get Odo to go behind Sisko's back to help her cause, the security chief is certain that something is very wrong. Dax and O'Brien present a nearly incomprehensible portion of the dead Klingon's journal to Sisko, Kira, and Odo. The report hints at mutiny aboard his ship and the presence of some alien energy spheres. Sisko is uninterested in the report, but tells the others they can follow up on it if they want, as long as they don't bother him. A short time later, Kira attempts to enlist Dax's allegiance against Sisko, whom she intends to eliminate. When she realizes Quark is eavesdropping, Kira attacks the Ferengi. Quark complains about Kira's behavior to Odo, filling the security chief in on the conversation he overheard. Odo decides that it's time to have a conversation with Sisko, but when he gets to the commander's office, he finds that O'Brien seems to have settled in for the duration. Although he is working on piecing together the mission recorder's log entries, O'Brien seems more interested in Major Kira's activities. Odo finds Sisko in his quarters and expresses his concern over the behavior of the crew. But Sisko, engrossed in a clock he is designing, asks Odo to take his concerns to O'Brien. Returning to his own office, Odo finds Kira waiting for him. She tells him the Valerian freighter isn't leaving until she says it is, and that she plans to take over the station. After she leaves, Odo discovers that Kira and O'Brien have made it possible for him to contact anyone outside the station for assistance. Yeah, impossible. Yeah, okay. Sorry, you guys. The PDF is really, really light. For assistance. So he turns to the now reconstructed journal of the dead Klingon for a possible solution. The journal reveals that the Klingon found a collection of energy spheres that contained a telepathic archive. The archive described an ancient power struggle that destroyed a race known as the, I'm not even going to try and say that silly name. It's a take on Sultan. Playing upon the doctor's new political aspirations, Odo enlists Bashir's help in figuring out the rest of the pieces of the puzzle. They theorize that the energy matrix from the spheres could have caused the crew of the Klingon vessel to reenact the Sultan's power struggle, and that the Klingon who made it to DS9 brought the matrix with him. Of the people who were present in ops with the Klingon people, only Odo, with his non-humanoid brain, was able to throw off the effects of the matrix, convincing Bashir that the person who finds the way to control the energy matrix can control the station. Odo gets Bashir to work on a method of blocking the influence of the field from those affected. Tensions rise to a head as Sisko foils an apparent assassination attempt, and Kira arrives with an armed guard, but O'Brien manages to beam himself and Sisko out of harm's way. When the two men seek Odo's assistance, the shapeshifter sends them to docking port 4, then directs Kira and Dax to the same area. Arriving with the doctor, Odo activates the interference signal developed by Bashir and forces the energy influence from the crew's body and into space, where it disperses harmlessly. And that is from the text, pages 60 and 61. Boy, that was a pretty long explanation of the summary there. Yeah. Boss, I'm going to throw it over to you to please tell me, what did you think of Dramatis Personae? You know, what did you think of the coverage? Is the coverage decent? Fill me in. Give me the scoop. What's the scoop? What's the skinny on this episode?
Well, first I'll say hello to the wonderful Jill, who just, our friend Jill, who popped in. And then Keely Chow, roll tide. Good to see you.
Hey, Keely.
And hail to the Spork Scott and the Sporking Raid over there.
Hello,
Over there, the
hello.
Scott and Sporking News podcast. I kind of like this episode. I thought it was kind of entertaining. I mean, I thought it is a typical Star Trek trope. The old crew acting out of character type deal, which is something that is, it's not just Star Trek, but they all seem to do it. A couple of each series almost has a few episodes where that's something's taking over their minds and whatnot. It's kind of after a point, when you see it, you go, okay, it's one of those episodes, is it? However, I thought it was pretty clever. And I thought it was kind of funny that they were all acting like Klingons, and it was just pretty. The actors got to have a little fun with it to be entertaining. So I found it to be a pretty interesting concept. I liked the idea behind it, and I thought it was pretty entertaining watching them all acting like basically acting like Klingons and not trusting anyone. So I found it to be overall a fun episode with a very interesting premise.
I 1,000,000% agree. But I would predicate that 100% agreement with everything you. I would say everything you said. Only I would just start with. So this is the day of the dove.
In some ways,
it is, and it's just like you said. It's this concept, and I like the concept, and I also like this episode.
Yeah, it's again, that's just something that's standard, and not just Star Trek, but a lot of TV shows, especially that era. The one where the crew, you could almost like make the title the one where the crew acts, the crew acts out of character, and someone and almost go or someone goes evil, or this, that, and the other thing. But it was kind of funny. Again, look, you give me an Odo episode, and it's sort of an Odo episode, and I'm happy because I just love Odo, and I'd love to see how he just how he starts investigating the thing and he's fascinated by the way that everyone is acting. It's again, there's some really funny moments when they're all acting like slimy, bunch of conspirators and stuff like that. I found that to be kind of fun. You get to see some side of the, because those kinds of episodes do allow for the actors to stretch a little bit and to have a little fun with it. You could tell they're having a little fun with it. I mean, Cisco was weird. And he was just like building the clock and stuff, and just being really reserved and stuff, or really being kind of out of it. And O'Brien, Kira's really good in it. That was kind of fun. I mean, evil Kira, ooh, scary. Yep. And yet Dax was weird because she was just sort of like, I think that was interesting though how they wrote her, because she's got so many personas inside of her. It was just she was sort of a conflicted mess because there's so many different versions of her persona.
That's right.
That's what I took away from that.
Yeah, I did like that because I thought it was clever to add that idea that it would affect her differently because of her physiology, because of what's going on with her, with the symbiont. So I also thought that was very clever.
Yes, it was. I thought it was a clever idea. Again, it was a really interesting science fiction concept. I found it to be. So overall, I'd say it's a pretty entertaining. Just that, an entertaining episode. Like there's some great episodes of the original series where we would often say like, that's not like, maybe that's not, we're not talking about the Doomsday Machine here, but we're talking about one that's really clever and entertaining, and that, that is, sort of like, I love the Deadly Years. That's just a pure entertainment episode because you can see the characters out of character and doing things a little bit out of the comfort zone in a clever, fun story. So I thought this was that.
Yep. And I totally agree.
So
Ptolemy's Minion.
Ptolemy's Minion. What's up?
And the pepperoni. The pepperoni.
Do you have notes, perhaps?
I do have notes.
Go for it.
Taken by the lakeside. The fight scene with Quark, everyone, there's a boo-boo. Kira has her earring on and then she doesn't. So, there's a little trivia there if you want to catch someone in some trivia. I kind of knew that Clobby was going to like this episode because as an author, not as a viewer, but as an author, I see this as a mirror universe warm-up. When you start to really like some characters, and just when you think you're getting to know them, and that's what we did in the first season. We got to know the characters to see the things they wouldn't do And to see the sort of quote unquote evil side of them is a very clever way to bring that exposition to fruition. It's the whole idea of getting to know you, getting to like you, getting to know all about you. You know what I mean?
Indeed.
So this mirror universe thing, it doesn't just show the evil side. What it does is it reinforces the relationship we've been developing, like with the characters as we get to know them, respect them, figure out who we like and who we don't like. So this is a very
Yeah.
clever authorial trick, and I love it. This is super soft science fiction that explores the evil versions of the characters. Thanks to Joe Manowski calling this script in from Italy. I don't like Joe for how he treated Jean, and that much everyone here already knows.
Yeah.
But I like this concept, and he borrowed it from Day of the Dove. It's very
Mhm.
important that the person who sort of, as the block text informed us, the person who sort of feels proud of himself for being the person who walked over to Gene Roddenberry and said, "Here's some plane tickets, go on a permanent vacation. You're not welcome in the writer's room anymore." For that guy to borrow from Day of the Dove, I just think it needs to be called out. So although I
Good.
love the episode, it's important for people to know that Joe Manowski borrowed this from Day of the Dove. This isn't in any way an original conceptualization of this. And I love this concept, but it doesn't belong to him. Anyways, I just want to get
Indeed.
that straight
Indeed.
because you all know how much I love Gene. I do love that Cisco's intelligence is shown by having him design and build an incredibly intricate clock, a clock that you couldn't even tell time by. You're not even sure what type of physics the clock is calculating. Is it you know, like you just your mind just starts to go to a million places. And when I think of this, I think of like D. Bud Martin, I think of Antiderivative Jill, and I start thinking about astrophysics and physics, and I start thinking to myself, you know, what could this clock possibly be calculating? And it's just amazing to me that they would do this with Cisco's character. I think it's clever. I mean, it's not like it hasn't been done before. I mean, they use this device to describe, you know, Roman generals or Greek warriors, and or not warriors, but like Greek kings or whatever, right? So I liked that they used this concept for Cisco because they're just continually doing the smartest things that they can do to show us that he's a great captain, and him building an impossibly intricate clock that is just gorgeous, I think is a really great way to showcase who he is as a person. Because, of course,
Good point.
later on, he behaves like a brute. He's a violent brute. He delights in pugilism. He doesn't just knock his opponent down. He continues to brutalize his opponent. So this is a very clever thing. You can tell that Joe Manowski and company were going back and looking at Greek mythology. They were going back and they were looking at Roman mythology, and they were sort of, you know, trying to find a way to show that Cisco is as clever as Caesar, but he can kick butt like Achilles. And so these two contrasting things help us to fully understand why this commander is destined to be a brilliant captain. Jadzia cradles the wrong side of her face after she is struck. If anything, she was struck on her forehead or her chin, not her right cheek. So we see her react, and it is incorrect. And then I wrote, this is a very cool concept, but it's very important for folks to know that this was better written by Jerome Bixby. And that's all I have to say about this episode, boss.
Well, what is your rating of Dramatis Personae?
For me, I love this. This is great science fiction, and I love Day of the Dove, and I love Jerome Bixby's story. I think it's wonderful. I also loved all of these really brilliant techniques used by the writer's room, the people who were aiding Joe Manowski in bringing this script to fruition, of course, because he was in Italy. I think there were several strokes of genius in this teleplay. I think it's terrific. I give this episode an A-.
Excellent. Well, I'm not too far out from you. I think it's solid really good Star Trek, very a good, fun, fast-paced suspense thriller type of an episode with some. It's kind of fun looking, fun looking at the characters like this. So I gave it a B plus.
Yay!
So,
Do you know that I originally gave it a B plus?
I didn't.
I did, but then after I was done watching it, I took a sip of wine and I erased it and I made it an A minus.
Not a problem. I mean, that's a high rating.
Isn't that hysterical, though? We always rate
everything
the same.
Indeed. Okay, my friends. Now, our wonderful chat, please.
Oh, wait.
I
beg your pardon. Please don't wait 1 second, boss. Everyone, I'm at the lake and I'm on my laptop. And so I don't have the security access to, because of security access to the platform that I normally have. So you guys know, please know this, Clobby is alone tonight. So tonight when you post your reviews, can you please make them as succinct as possible? Because Clobby is alone in starring them, identifying them, keeping them on the tab, and then reading them. So although we love your comments and they're just beautiful, I just love them, and it's a great conversation. You all need to know that I cannot help with the starring and the organizing of your comments tonight because of being at the lake. So go easy on the captain, be a good crew. The captain needs your help tonight. And so please keep it short, sweet, and don't mix them up too much, okay? I love you guys.
All right. Thank you much. And let it rip. Anyone, if you got any ratings you may have for Dramatis Personae and any words you may have to say for them, and I will be starring it. I got to get used to starring again. Whoop.
I'm sorry, boss.
Nothing to be sorry about. I'm ridiculous. I can handle it. We'll just have to get to the limerick after this.
Yeah.
In fact, I can tell you what, since I can't do that right now, Max will do the limericks after we get the 3 episodes reviewed. We'll do it in the we'll celebrate with your limericks if you that you made after we get when we get into the rap party. How about that?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I'm going to be busy doing this here.
Yep, for sure.
So let me get them all started, everyone. And then now Raquel will still be able to read. She just won't be able to. She just can't star them.
That's right. And I can't put them up on the marquee. The boss has to do that whole process by himself. So folks, please go easy on him. I love him so much. And sometimes we get up to sometimes 70, 80 comments, and he has to organize all of them, get them up on the marquee. So please be good to the boss tonight. He's got the con alone.
It's not a problemo. Even I can do it. Well, say that.
It's so much easier when 2 people do it, though.
I did get spoiled. Remember, we didn't always have that. That's only been like the past few months.
Yeah. I'll be home soon, honey. I'm sorry. I love you.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm so glad that you're getting to do something, have some fun. You need it. We all need it, don't we? And I'm let's see here. I'm just doing. We'll start reading them in a second, folks. Let me get a bunch of them start up. Then I'll stop my chat. Yeah, see, we got about 21 of them started so far. Okay. No problem, shooter. We'll get as many as we can. So what I'm going to do is kind of hold my chat up so it doesn't fly past me.
That's
start
right.
Reading these, and then I'll start starring some more after we get some of these out of the way. Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Angel, the chef, says B+. Good episode. The paranoia spreading. Everyone going bananas. Odo baffled, going, what the hell? What's not to love? If it was not for the silly energy field, it gets an A. Okay. I gotcha. I see what you're saying, sir. Well, Mr. Tickle Trunk says A. Odo in his element, showing us just how cunning he is and how quickly he adapts, written to occur in a timely fashion. Incredibly fun spin on familiar ground. This is TNG's Masks done well. Masked, eh? Hang on 1 second. Someone trying to tell me something? I think so.
Yes, it's Mark saying that I can request a sign-in a code through my laptop with email. Mark, I already did that.
You mean you sent me an email or what?
No, I sent it to. I requested it through the StreamYard, and
Oh, gotcha.
but
Oh
it
well,
didn't.
we'll
It didn't worky.
we'll persevere. We'll get it done. We're fine.
Yep.
We only got 3 episodes tonight.
Yeah.
This is for me. This is one of the times we get to see Avery Brooks' quirky acting style that I find magnetic. Not a Visitor is the season. Excuse me, is the reason I adore women with short hair, and she was interesting and intoxicating. I will make a confession to you, Mr. Tickle Trunk. I'm one of those who, I don't know how it sounds. I usually cannot stand short hair on a woman. I'm just a bigot that way. I love long hair. But sometimes, some women, and hers is not ridiculously short. I guess I just don't like the boy hair. Hers is fine. I don't think that's like what I call too short. Boy, I'm getting so much trouble. I always forget that you, as a man, should never, ever, 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 ever talk about a woman's hair ever. And I still did it like an idiot. I take it all back.
I don't feel bad. I have waist length red hair, so I'm okay with it.
I'm saying it doesn't waist length, red, black, purple, orange, whatever the hair is. Men should never ever talk about a woman's hair with any woman around. With other dudes, like, yeah, I don't like short hair that much. I like long hair. Fine. I like red hair. I like blonde hair. Fine. But when you do it around a woman, you are taking your life in your own hands. You don't talk about hair.
You can't be hard on Clobby. You cannot judge him because he loves Servalan.
I love Servalan. She has short hair. Yeah. Raymond Feliciano. I think he means either A minus, that's a separate. I'm gonna go with an A for him. Definitely a rehash of Day of the Dove. See, I didn't see too much of a connection, but I see some similarities. Just not. I mean, it wasn't a lot of violence in it or anything. But anyway, and it wasn't entity like. Yeah, it wasn't the same exact story, but you know, but Jerome Bixby is way better than Joe Bonasco. I love Jerome Bixby. He's some great ones, and just as well done. The personalities and how they deal with it really make this shine. Thank you, Raymond. King Dolphin TV in color.
King Dolphin TV.
See, you got a jingle. Color. You've got a jingle there. You got. You should clip that, Raymond. You've got and you can play that, you know, with Raquel singing your jingle for your channel. Wagner is of another mind. Of this says
that's okay.
Plus, not an episode for me. Not an episode for me. I think he means plot that has been done before and will be done again in the future. How was a telepathic field sucked out of the airlock? As Scotty would say, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Scuba Pete says bees sung like Valor. Oh wow, Valore. Valorian, oh do, sure finds a way. Oh do, I will get you for this, Scuba. Thank you. It's your fault. Everyone,
you know what? I almost feel like you should do that again because I was laughing and I interrupted the beauty of that. Oh,
I unstarted. Valorian. I can't. But you know, so everyone who had to hear suffer my horrible singing, you know who to blame. Scuba Pete.
The professor of pun, Scuba Pete.
Shooter says A minus. I love this episode. Cliche plot, but done well. Odo stuck in the middle, and it is well explained. Why he isn't? It is well explained why he isn't affected. Yes, it's true. The cast do a great job, especially Nana Visitor. Indeedishness. I'm so with you there. And then part 2 of his review is right here. I love that the clock, in quotations, like the baseball in If Wishes Were Horses, becomes a regular on Cisco's desk. It's like
future. It's like he's a commander, but the captain's desk, the captain's quote unquote, and you guys will know what I mean by this, ready room is well, it's obvious that, you know, Cisco has an office, but it's like it's building and we get to be a part of the lore. Whereas, you know, when we met Captain Picard, Livingston was already there. The fact that he loved fish, his ready room was filled with 3 fish tanks, and so it's already there. What's really cool with DS9 is we get to be with Cisco as he builds the little legends inside of his office. And so shooter, pew, pew, pew. I totally agree with you. That's one of the charms of this episode. This episode was done so well.
I question the Sphere's creator over their choice to record history in a method that could overwrite an individual's personality, personal priorities. Yeah, that is quite. Yeah, that would be something to question.
Mm-hmm.
No question about it. Thank you, shooter. Let me see here. Michael Beacom says B-. Interesting show idea, flawed execution, needed a couple more rewrites. You could feel the plot machinery pushing things when it should have felt like a natural flow of events.
I respect that review.
It was unclear how the memory matrix worked. How did it become purple mist that could be pulled out of an airlock? That being
Easy,
said,
Jay and the Dove.
There you go. That it was nice to see how the cast got to enjoy not being their regular character, even if it came too soon in the series.
That's a fair comment.
All fixable with minor tweaks. Missed opportunities. Kind of puzzled by what they were trying to say about Cisco. I got you there. JT Kirk.
My impression was, like I said earlier, that the whole idea of the brains of Caesar, but the heart of Achilles. That he would drag a man around with his chariot by his feet, but at the same time was a tactician. So we've got this clock that shows his, cerebral side, very technical, highly technical, highly technically adept mind, and then juxtaposed this brute who takes delight in pugilism. He kicks that guy's ass and smiles while doing it. And so that was my impression. But I respect your take on it, Michael Pico.
Works for me. J.T. Kirk says 9 clocks chiming Alamarain out of 10. Alamarain! I'm just decided to go with that because Max loves that word so much.
Oh.
I love this episode. The actors, the writing, and more. This ep shows how you can get good writing in season 1 of Star Trek. Yes,
Yay!
sir. Well, first season of Real Trek had great writing. They started out the bat fantastic.
That's right. And everyone, please put your agonizer on JT Kirk for the word that should never be spoken.
The Catman, aka D. Miners, says, Clobbery thought this episode was entertaining and funny in spot, but really kept me on my shoes. I give it a B+. Loved the whole idea of the show. Thought they all brought the characters to life. It means. Mm-hmm. Well, I hears you, and thank you so much for that one. And let's see, Monsters, a Maniac, Mexico says A- because that is about as short as I can say it. Well, that's fair enough. It's a fair call. And let's see here. I'll put these up there, and you'll be able to see them. Raquel, we got the great enigmatic drop bear, and after that, we'll have Jill. So go for it.
Enigmatic drop bear, the erudite bear. He's got a 4-parter here. He's going to go ahead and give this episode an A-. He says, here we have an alien species with malevolent intent inflicting on whomever it can infect. It's Sisyphean fantasy of a perpetual war that it waged eons ago in a place far, far away. 2 of 4. It is an anti-war story using an alien presence to show how Machiavellian methods can be used to exploit opposing views to stimulate paranoia and hatred, sowing division, discord, and conflict. 3 of 4. It seems Minosky thought he was onto a good thing with this possession trope, so went ahead and carelessly and probably lazily misused it for TNG's interface and masks. 4 of 4. One last note. I love the elaborate and beautifully crafted clock that Cisco built. I agree. Rick Sternbach is to be commended for its incredible design. Enigmatic Drop Bear.
Indeed.
What beautiful, beautiful comments. Thank you so much for what a wonderful conversation you always create. I appreciate it so much. Beautiful. Stand up, take a bow. I just love you. Please keep those gorgeous, gorgeous, well-wrought comments coming. I love them.
Adidisness. Let's see here. Now we've got Jill. Let me get somebody after that. After we do Jill, then we'll get some more starred, because I think we have some more. Jill says, go for it. Just have it. Good.
1 of 3. That's okay, boss. B+. How an ancient alien's violent past is infused into the crew via the mysterious purple cloud. It's not exactly clear, save that it was transmitted through telepathic records.
Hang on a second.
No problem, boss. 2 of 3. Nonetheless, the power dynamics and conflict between officers who should trust each other should only be done in Star Trek with an outside force acting against them. And this episode passes. 3 of 3. This is a more aggressive, dangerous, unintentional time capsule for an ancient race it also came from. Also, it gives us Sisko's complex alien clock. He is enthralled by it and keeps it. Anti-derivative Jill, I totally agree. It's funny how when everyone really starts thinking about this idea of being possessed or encountering an entity that doesn't have corporeal form and yet is able to take you somewhere else or transform your experience or your personality. It's a very common thing in science fiction. And for Joe Menosky to reach for this, I think it was a little tired. However, the fact that he was in Italy and the writer's room and the production team were able to put all of these beautiful little touches to it that made the episode more complex and more cerebral, I think, yeah, it's good stuff, isn't it? And I love your review. Thank you so much for it.
Thank you so much there, both Ed and Jill. And all right, everyone, listen, let me get some more of these started up so we can, I had to go back a little bit. It's going to take me just a second. Then
I should also say too, which literary terms are you unfamiliar with? Anti-derivative Jill, I want you to know that at any time, if you have any questions in that regard, I will do my best to answer them live in the chat. So, just go ahead and ask Enigmatic Drop Bear or me. You can ask little old me, and we will get to any questions over diction, over vocabulary, or the impact or accumulative connotation of any type of literary term or the concept. Okay.
Right. Yep. I hope I'm not missing anyone. Hello there, Mazurus.
Boss, I think that Pleasant Valley Picker put a review in. And
yeah,
I think you have that one.
I think I got. Let me see something.
And did you get?
I got you, Pleasant.
And did you get marks?
I got it. I'm just trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody right now.
I don't think you did, boss. I've been.
We used to have so much more that I'm not used to saying.
Yeah.
The Forsaken we're going to do after we get through the 3 episodes tonight, Michael Beacom. I think because we just have to do it that way. It will be a problem. I promise. Anyone who has anything to say about the Forsaken from last week. We'll do it after we get through these episodes when we're doing our wrap up, a season wrap up. And we're trying not to let that happen again. Okay, let's make sure here. Yes, Max, I see. Thanks. I see you that you've Twittered me. I'll get to that as soon as I can. We'll also do the limits after we do all the episodes because it's not really feasible to do it with only one of us being able to start these things. So. Okay, I think we don't have many left, but I think I got them all. I hope I did. Let's see here.
Jill, he's actually from Greek mythology. He's a king who annoyed the gods, and so he was actually sentenced to roll a massive boulder up a mountain for all eternity, only to have the boulder roll back down again. And then, of course, he would have to push it up again, and then it would roll back down again. So he is from Greek mythology. He was a king who wound up getting punished for being a trickster and an unpleasant person who pissed off. Sorry to use profanity on air, but he pissed off the gods. And so I hope that answers your question.
Okay, doke. So we have Wolfie, who says, rating B. Hey, the Klingons are exploring the Gamma Quadrant. Nice world building going on there. Good old Vorchak class attack cruiser model makes an appearance here. Indeedishness. Thank you so much. Our connoisseur of ships, Wolfie, thank you so much. I love your knowledge of ships, man. It's incredible. Pleasant Valley Picker says B, slow paced. Alter aliens, alter personalities. Breakdown of a respect for rank and discipline. Odo saves the day, and he does not have a physical brain. Good episode. Thank you so much, Pleasant Valley Picker. And we have Mark D with a C. It says B minus. Works because of the great acting, but the Galactus cloud does not compute as a logical entity. You stress with Galactus cloud there, Deutericious. So, a lot to me see here. I do believe I hope we got everyone. Look, if we missed anyone, I apologize. I don't think I missed anybody, but you don't have terrible eyesight, so I do apologize if we missed anyone. But we're going to get on to our next episode if you're ready, number one.
Let's do it.
All righty. So our next episode is Duet.
Yes, Duet. It is a duet. Season 1, episode 19. Look, it might not be episode 19, depending upon what country you live in. This is an international show, and unfortunately, the numbering on different streaming services is really leading to a lot of confusion for everyone. This is one of the reasons why I love using production codes. That said, please know this is production code 419. We all watched this episode for the very first time.
That's why I gave up. Sorry, that's why I gave up. Hello, Mazers. Hello, Mark Lerseth.
Nice.
That's why I just gave up doing the episode things on numbers on there. It's
not worth it. It's not worth it. It's just they created quite a mess for us. So we all watched this episode for the very first time on June 14th, 1993. Yeah, we're all that old. And now I'm going to basically be leaving you guys entirely. I can't see anything you have to say. I love you and I'm sorry, but I'm at the lake. And I'm on my laptop, and I have a PDF of the marvelous book that Clobby bought me, which is called Star Trek Deep Space Nine, The Companion. It's written by Terry J. Erdman. He gets a bit of help from his wife, Paula M. Block. I'm going to be reading extemporaneously from this PDF. It is very light. The font is very light. I will do my best with it. Please turn that hymnal to page 63, where I'm going to read the summary.
Thank you, Mr. Tickle Trunk, for the $2 super chat. He says, seems confusion around a memory fart is unanimous. Okay, doke. Thank you for that. Okay.
When the captain of a CLOBBERIN freighter docks at the station and requests medical assistance for one of its passengers, Kira's interest is piqued. The captain says his passenger is suffering from Kalanora, a syndrome that Kira knows is limited to the survivors of a mining accident at the Bajoran forced labor camp that she helped liberate. She heads for the infirmary and is startled to find that the survivor is a middle-aged Cardassian male, which means he was a part of the military operation at the Galatep camp, and therefore, according to her, a war criminal. After Kira has the Cardassian, who says his name is Amen Maritza, arrested, Sisko visits him in a holding cell. Maritza denies he ever served at a labor camp and claims that he suffers from Potrick syndrome, not Kalanor. Dr. Bashir, however, disagrees. The ailment is Kalanor, which once again links the Cardassian with Galatep. A short time later, Sisko is contacted by the Bajoran Minister of State. who says in no uncertain terms that if Maritza was at Galatep, the Bajoran government expects Cisco to hand him over. Cisco agrees to let Kira handle the investigation into Maritza's background, and Odo runs an initial background check that confirms at least part of the Cardassians' claims. Unconvinced, Kira interrogates Maritza, who eventually admits that he did serve at Galatep as a filing clerk under the camp's merciless leader, Gul Darheel. But when Kira refuses to back off, Maritza finds a chink in her armor, pointing out that she isn't interested in the truth, just vengeance. Cisco allows the investigation to continue despite a request from Gul Dukat that the Cardassian, who has yet to be charged with a crime, be released. Odo obtains an image of Maritza from the Bajoran archives, but the officers realize that it doesn't look anything like the prisoner. However, another Cardassian in the image does resemble him, and that man is identified as Gul Darheel. When Kira confronts Maritza, quote unquote, in his cell with this information, he gleefully admits that he is Gul Darheel, and then he goes on both to brag about his countless atrocities and demean the efforts of the Bajoran resistance fighters like her. Shaken, she discusses the conversation with Odo, who immediately picks up on one intriguing point. How did Gul Darheel, if that is who he is, knows Kira was in the Bajoran resistance? As Odo checks into this detail, Kira returns to the prisoner to ask him herself. Darheel has an explanation, but it doesn't quite ring true. In the meantime, Odo discovers that Amin Maritza requested information on Kira Nerys several months ago, and that the security chief finds out from Gul Dukat that Gul Darheel is dead and buried on Cardassia. And there is one last bit of important evidence. Records show that Gul Darheel was not at Galatep on the day of the mining accident. Thus, the real Gul Darheel could not have contracted Kalanor. The other pieces of the puzzle fall into place quickly. Maritza resigned from a teaching post several months earlier and put all of his personal affairs in order. He then specifically requested passage to the Bajoran station where Kira was posted. And Bashir, who has checked into Maritza's medical records, has discovered that the Cardassian has been receiving doses of a drug used by patients who alter their appearance. It is clear to everyone that the file clerk Maritza orchestrated the entire masquerade so that he would be arrested as a ruthless war criminal. But why? Kira confronts Maritza with the information, and he breaks down at last. Maritza wanted to be tried before the Bajoran people as Gul Darheel, the butcher of Galatep, so that Cardassia would be forced to admit to the terrible crimes committed during the occupation of Bajor. But Kira refuses to let the blood of yet another innocent person be shed, and she releases him. As she prepares to send him back to his home, a Bajoran man breaks through a crowd on the promenade to plunge a knife into Maritza, killing him instantly. When Kira protests that Maritza was not a criminal, the Bajoran claims that being a Cardassian was reason enough to take his life. Kira, shocked to recognize an attitude that was once her own, responds softly that it was not. And that is all I'm going to read from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, The Companion. That was from pages... Dun, 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 dun. Let me check here. Just rolling my mouse. 63 and 64. Now I'm going to throw it over to the captain. Captain, what'd you think of this coverage? What'd you think of this episode? Give me the poop. Give me the skinny. What did you think of Duet?
This is probably one of the greatest episodes for me I've ever seen of this show. I think it's just it's phenomenal, and I can't remember what's that actor's name. Harris Yulin.
Yeah.
Is that his name? I can't.
Yeah,
remember.
I believe it is.
It's a brilliant performance by him. This is again. There's some science fiction elements to the story for sure, but it is just a straight up drama. But it's about You know, it's about a lot. It's about a lot of issues that Star Trek does tackle
Hmm.
and tackles often, philosophically speaking. And obviously, to get to for a story like this to work, you do have to have some science fiction trappings. It's just extraordinary. The two performances here by Yul and by Harris, Yulin, I believe it is again, and Not a Visitor are terrific. It's just compelling. It's heart wrenching. This story. He's magnificent in this role. I've seen the guy. He's one of those actors. I see him in a lot of stuff, but I can't put a name to him for some reason. And as soon as you see him, go, oh, that guy, I've seen him, and even in the Kardashian makeup, like, oh yeah, I know that guy. I've seen him in everything.
Yep.
One of those guys, but he is just again, it is a very simple but powerful story, beautifully acted. I mean, beautifully written. Just oh man! And again, like I say, she's great. Of course, his performance is just riveting. I just absolutely love this episode, and I've watched it often, and it gets me every time, especially with the way it ends. It's just terrific. I love it.
Yep. I think it's magnificent. But this episode really does highlight some of my criticisms of DS9, but not in the conventional sense. And that was at the outset. Some folks, including were saying, "Oh my goodness, you know, like if Raquel requires this much science fiction, what's going to happen when we get to DS9?" And you know, I was saying, you know, you really have to look at DS9 with a different lens. You can't look at it from the Gene Roddenberry lens. It's different. It's a take on Star Trek, and it is quite different. And either you give in to that or you don't. But that doesn't mean that the episode is poor quality. I absolutely love this episode as well, but I don't consider it science fiction. Saying that though, you have to give into it. Either you give into the drama of DS9 and begin to appreciate it for what it is, or you reject it and say, you know, this isn't science fiction. I don't want to watch it. And for me, just these are incredibly, and that's not hyperbole, incredibly well executed performances by both of these actors. And it's riveting. I mean, you can't even take your eyes off of it. It is a great teleplay.
You know why I do sort of consider it science fiction is because there's certain stories they're human dramas and they're not steeped in science fiction concepts, but without a science fiction construct to build from, you can't do the story.
That's
in
right.
other words, if a Yahtzee death camp, you know, commander, if you were to try to put them in that same story and then in the 20th century, you have to stretch credulity to the point of go, yeah, he was able to change his face that much.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Yeah. But you can do it in an alien world in the future with the science fiction trappings available to you. The scientific, the mechanisms that science fiction provide you for your drama. This is the kind of story that you cannot tell credibly, in my opinion anyway, without doing it in a science fiction setting. So to me, it is science fiction in that respect. No, it isn't high concept science fiction or anything like that.
No,
but it still is. I think it still owes it. It's the kind of story that it's fascinating that you have to use. There's certain things that you can't really tell the story without it being in the Star Trek. And Star Trek does that well. That's one thing about Star Trek that I think is great science fiction. The fact that you could tell certain types of stories that probably wouldn't work so well in the 20th century or the 21st even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
that's just my take on that.
Because it's social science. And if you're not hyper didactic, if you don't want to admonish people and clobber them over the head with the ideas, if you're not behaving in a hegemonic way, then social science can work. And obviously, it's a very common thing in science fiction, right? It's social science, it's sociology. So absolutely, there's no other way to tell this story. And good science fiction can accomplish this, but it has to be done in a way in which you're not trying to use hegemony You're not trying to use this hyper-didactic way of storytelling in which you infantilize the audience and admonish the audience and basically say, look, this is what you need to believe. This is what you should say. This is what you should think. And if you don't think or say this, then, we're going to unperson you. So it's a delicate thing to do, because you're taking on pedagogy, you're taking on teaching, instructing, shaping the morality or the ethics or the minds of other people, and supposing you even have the power to do that. So the social sciences aspects of science fiction should be dealt with, I think, by people with a lot of education who are prepared to create discussion, not admonishment, not didacticism.
Absolutely. Cardinal Sin for the $9.99 super sticker. Thank you so much, my friend. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here, and you're too kind. Appreciate you. And Dave G. Sound is here. Hello there, Dave G. Sound.
Hey, Dave G. Sound. Welcome.
And please, I would like to ask everyone in the chat to send some big-time agonizers to Mark D with the C, because he says Nick Cage did it in Face Up. Dude, Ew. What is wrong with you? I like that movie, but even that silly action film used science fiction concepts. But you knew that. You were just being a Mr. Smarty Pants, weren't you?
Can you all do me a favor? Can you please put your agonizers on Mark? Can you put him in the agony booth? And then can you please put him through the rite of ascension? He deserves the Klingon pain sticks. He should receive as many Klingon pain sticks as you all are willing to give him. And be generous, folks. Be generous.
Face Off. Why I oughta. Anyway, but yes, this episode, it's powerful. I love this performance alone by Harris, of course. Just and again, a brutal ending. Even though at the ending I'm like, wait a minute, for dramatic effect he just dies. Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've seen Dr. Bashir bring people back from worse than that, but it wouldn't hurt cut into the impact of the drama. So, notes.
Yes. This is a story about the sickos who ran the Yahtzee genocidal camps and escaped abroad only to be found and prosecuted. So this was a big thing that was happening in the 1990s. Several Yahtzee freaks were found abroad. Some were found in Canada. Some were found in the United States, and they were brought to trial. There exists, I believe, there is a wanted list for them, and I believe it is possible that 6 of them remain, and they're yet to be found, and they're on an international wanted list. So it's important to have that socio-historical context so that you can understand, where the authors are coming from here. This is not science fiction insofar as it is social sciences, it's sociology, and it's social studies. This combination creates the social science that features dialogue on the Holocaust deniers and Yahtzee criminals. It talks about the diplomatic troubles over newly discovered death camp officials in foreign nations during the 1980s and the 1990s. This episode is also about dares to tackle survivor's guilt, and does so beautifully. This is about forgiveness and Kira's character. And here we're getting to know Kira, and Kira is now becoming a far more complex character who we begin to really love a lot. And then, the counter to that is that this is about hatred and bitterness that can never be sated, a hatred that can never be quenched, a bitterness that can never be sated. It's sort of marinating in this extreme volatility, and just being a piece of crap. I'm struggling to find words here. Please excuse me, folks. I'm at the lake. The only thing I have a bit of a problem with here is that there is a bit of a plot hole in having him surgically alter himself into as Guldar Heel. Mm-hmm. And I think it could have been remedied in a very easy way by the authors. And I think that they should have forced him into counseling. They should have said, look, like, if you think that they would not be able to find this on a simple scan, And of course, he would be cognizant of that this would be discovered, and that no, he would not be brought to public trial on Cardassia, because a simple scan would reveal, I mean, even just transporting him through a transporter log would reveal his actual DNA and who he really is. And that's a plot hole in Star Trek. And obviously it was done because we had this beautiful backdrop of a very powerful drama that has a lot of really beautiful and kind things to say. And it's going to say these beautiful and kind things in a very intelligent way. So it's a plot hole I'm not super happy about pointing out, but it's there nonetheless. And these are the things that you expect from science fiction writers. And this is what happens when you have drama people who write drama, creating science fiction. So, I don't like to point out bad things about this episode, because I do think, like, come on, folks, let's get real here. Let's talk turkey here. Let's not BS each other. This is a TV show. So there's a very finite time in which to develop these scripts, and a very finite time in which to produce these beautiful things that we watch. And then we sit there and we rewatch them over and over and over again, because we're Trekkies. It's almost impossible to please us. So I don't want to be obnoxious in circling over this plot hole like it's a pimple on your face at your wedding. I don't want you to think of that, but it is something that might be in the back of your mind. But I encourage you not to, just stare at it and keep squeezing it and picking at it. It's your wedding day. Just put a little powder on it and go and have some fun. This is a drama. It's not science fiction. And this is where you give way or you don't. And that's all I have in my notes.
There you go. Well, so what is your rating of Duet?
Duet, for me, I gave it 2 ratings, and it's important for me to do this because I do come to this show not just as a Trekkie and a Star Trek fan, but I also come as a scholar. So and an author. And so I want to make sure that I'm making my point clear when I'm defending Gene Roddenberry, and also explaining to people why there's some rub here for some fans. So I want to be honest about that. I want to be upfront with that. So I gave it 2 ratings. As a drama, this is A+. Okay. For television drama, watching on a little box, this is A++. You don't get better TV than this. This is beautifully done. Great messages. However, as science fiction, I give it a C. It's A+. It's A++. But in the science fiction world, it's not science fiction. And so I got to give it 2 grades. And that's it, boss.
I give it A+. It comes time to come down like the top episodes of this show. And the show's a TV show. Yes, it's science fiction. Again, I still don't think you could tell this story adequately without science fiction, plot hole notwithstanding. Yep. So I grade it as entertainment and as art, and I just think it's brilliant because of the performances. So all that kind of just takes over. All that kind of just countermands anything any problem I might have with the episode. Like I said, I found that one. Remember, I found that one thing at the end as well, where, they didn't even call Dr. Bashir. He's healed people from way worse than that kind of stuff, but it takes away from your drama. So so you gotta. So I love it. I give it.
I love that you just did that. I love that you just did that. This is one of the reasons why I love you and I respect you so much. I love that you're like me, that we have this in common, that you can love something, but you can still have that nagging science fiction critic in the back, tapping you on the shoulder. I love you. I love you. Please continue. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I have to tell you, I think you're very intelligent, and I just love being your friend, and I love you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was done. I was pretty much saying that there are many things, many times, like even my favorite things, whether it's my favorite Star Trek or my favorite episode of something or my favorite movie or comic or what have you, but something will end up, almost always will stick out, and I go, after I've watched it a bazillion times, I'll think, come to think of it, there is, it can be like 40 years later, and I'll go, there is this thing in that episode, in that movie, but you don't want to go, I love it anyway. What the hell? Like, do you know a person that you love that hasn't pissed you off or been imperfect? No. So it's my favorite movies or TV shows aren't going to be perfect either, but good God, I love them. And this is one of the finest of this series, in my opinion, just for a drama.
And look at everything that it tackles, and yet it doesn't poop the bed. It tackles all that sociology. It tackles all that social science. It tackles these pressing issues that are these catastrophes, these horrible things. It tackles a Holocaust and hate and
Right.
how we hate one another and forgiveness and putting these people on trial. It does all of that without being hegemonic. It does all of that without being didactic. It doesn't infantilize the audience. It doesn't admonish the audience. It shows love, hope, and for even those who can't get over their hate, those who are marinating in their hate, there's still hope because we have Kira. So this is a monumental gain for a little tiny television show that is, has this finite time and just a scant few minutes to make these expressions of hope and on these intricate issues. So, I mean, it deserves that A+, boss. It does.
Well, and the thing is, also, there are plenty of Trek episodes, even in the original series and others, were not that were more about philosophy, heavier on the philosophy than they were on the science fiction.
Yep.
So,
yep. You're darn right. And this is, and if you want to talk filth, which I don't, but I just want to say, just mentioning filth, if you were wondering how Star Trek fans and Trekkies like their sociology and their social science dealt with, this is a grand exemplar. This is basically near perfect exemplar of exploring that social science, exploring that sociology, massaging these terrible, frightening issues, and handling it in a way in which people become edified. People feel strongly for goodness and hope and wanting to press forward, resigned to be a better version of themselves and to even love people who are awful because it's more about them than it is about the awful people. Like this could explain to filth lovers what it does look like what the good stuff looks like. This is the good stuff. Do you know?
Indeed. Absolutely, isness. So, my dear friends in the chat, please give us now any ratings and any words you may have about Duet.
And if you're just joining us, please know that I am at the lake right now. I'm on a laptop and I cannot, even though I put in a code, I cannot access my regular, provisioning to run the chat. The boss is alone. So please make sure that you keep your answers as short as possible. And please go easy on the boss because he's doing it all himself, organizing everything, putting it up on the marquee, reading it. Go easy on the boss, please. I love him.
Thank you. Let's see here. All right, I'm starting to star him up, everyone. So I'm basically just running my flap running my mouth to vamp for time here. Just takes a second.
Did you want me to sing?
You can do whatever you want to do. I'm
sure
just
do like a little scat.
Oh, you don't have to, but you can if you want to. It's better than me whistling. I could just.
No.
If you want me to whistle, I can go.
Yes, please whistle. Oh, don't finish that.
What? Oh,
we'll get a strike.
Wow, will we get a strike for that? Even if I just went, how about if I went, that's also copyright, damn it. Sorry. More starring, folks. Don't worry, folks. We'll get it handled. We'll be back to the. I never realized how dependent we've become on that little feature.
Well, because, when you're dealing with between 30 and 80 comments that we're putting up on the marquee and we're handling it together as a team, it's just so much easier. And I'll be back home before you know it, boss.
Don't worry about that. We're good. We can handle it. We did it. Look how long did we do it before we had this?
This is true.
I just got lazy.
Yeah.
But it sure does make things easier. I mean, there's no question about it. Oh man, thing jumped on me. Hang on.
No.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Tickle. I mean, excuse me, Larry. Larry, I get the another one's Mr. Tickle Trunk. Larry says, Lake Titicaca, whatever. I don't know how you say it. I'm not going to say that word. Is Raquel's famous family location, by the way.
I love you, Larry.
I don't know what that means, sir. I don't think I understand you, sir. Hang on.
Disco Pleasant Valley Picker? I don't know. I think it might wind up sounding like something that,
Burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, but
I guess we can't. You can't even hum. We can't even like whistle a song. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
About getting in trouble. Okay. Yeah. So far, now let me hold my chat. Let me freeze. Push my chat back a little bit so it doesn't jump on me too much, and go to the starred column where we have 28 starred so far. The great Chris Berzios says A- for a non-sci-fi story, a good use of an allegory showcasing both survivor's guilt and to remind us one cannot blame an entire species, race, or of people for the crimes of a few. Absolutely, very nicely made point
exactly.
there.
Exactly.
Very good.
If you're a partaker of the filth, this is what I'm saying. This is Trekkies will gravitate toward that sociology. They will go to that social science, but you can't be admonishing them and fantilizing them and just talking out your butthole. You have to do it good. This is good.
Max is yelling at me. Well, I could, I know my Beavis and Butthead, but TD Cuck. I thought it was okay. Well, thank you for enlightening me, for yelling that at me, Max. Jeez, dude, what the hell? Excuse me for a living, buddy.
Max, do you need an ascension ceremony?
What the hell's wrong with you, boy? No, thank you, Max, for keeping me on my toes there. I should have known it because it was Beavis and Butthead, and I should know those things. I need TV for my butthole. I'm Condorio. A+, Mr. Tickle Trunk says, one of the best episodes in all of television. Being able to see behind someone in photo is dumb, but forgiven. Maybe they have those devices. Then I can actually buy into it in a sense there, Mr. Tickle Trunk, but I understand what you're saying because of the acting, the look at genocide, guilt, the cycle of violence, and forgiveness. Mr. Tickle Trunk, it was all of that and more. I totally agree. It was wonderful.
Yep, love you, Mr. Tickle Trunk. Good comments.
Thank you
Great
so
comments,
much for that, sir.
As usual.
Wolfie says, rating A+. This episode is fantastic and has a great build-up and payoff. Those Cardis really left a mark with the Bajoran people. Boy, did they ever! I like when they call them spoonheads. And you can't call me I'm not using a racial slur because they don't really exist. So there.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, they hate it. They hate being called that. So that's.
I like it when the ladies start wearing eyeshadow in their spoon. Do you know what I mean? Did you notice that the ladies start to wear, with the ones who wear lipstick and nail polish, begin putting I
didn't notice
eyeshadow in the spoon?
Oh, I wouldn't notice such a thing. Only a woman would notice that. Not to sound like sexist or anything, but you know what I mean. I never noted that it's just that one. Acting is fantastic. Lots of good background on what really happened in the occupation and how each side views those events. O'Brien's new assistant seemed competent. I keep an eye on her. Foreshadowing. Wagner says, hey, this is the episode where the character of Akira clicked into place for me. She became someone I was invested in watching instead of someone I tolerated when they were on the screen. Okay.
Oh, wow.
A turning point for you. Gotcha.
That's terrific. I'm so happy that you said that. What a great comment.
All right, glad. Well, there you go. A+ says Raymond Feliciano. This is an outstanding story. He believes that Cardassia has to be accountable for the crimes they committed. The Bajoran man's reaction at the end makes the episode very poignant. Mm-hmm. Agreed there, sir. It was something. It was something. J.T. Kirk says 9 out of 10. Obvious parallels with Yahtzees at deletion camps in WW2. I hold back on a higher score as I simply don't buy Maritza's motives for getting plastic surgery to try to impersonate Goldar Heel. Well, he felt guilty. I mean, people do some crazy stuff, man. Pleasant Valley Picker says A+. An episode about possible war crimes. Who is a criminal? Who is innocent? It depends on your point of view. Perhaps a serious theme.
Yep.
Hang on, I got to get to the other one. I got to find your other one. Oh, there we go. Justice or Revenge. An arrogant criminal responsible for much death that does still not care. Hang on. Or is he a little man that wants to be someone he is not to gain glory in his twisted mind? The ending is a powerful statement on the mindless acts hate can lead to. I felt so bad for him, I nearly shed tears. Well, thank you, Pleasant Valley Picker. Appreciate you there. The wonderful Katie Carr says a solid B+. Okie dokie. Naranax Administrator also says B+. I always like this kind of Cardassian episode. Thank you, Narat. Appreciate you. Sandra Feliciano says A. Making his people accountable was important to him. He pulled sympathy from Kira despite her experiences and against her will. It was a step towards her healing.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. The Catman, a.k.a. D.D. Meyer, says, Claudia, I give this episode an A. I agree with all you said of the episode TKS. All the episode TKS. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Catman, appreciate you. Shooter says, A. This is a powerful episode and a surprise ending. The horror of the occupation made is clear, showing the scars borne by the survivors on both sides of the conflict. Maritza is a truly tragic character. He's so unlikable, becomes increasingly loathsome as the episode progresses until revealed he is as much a victim of the labor camp as the Bajoran survivors.
Can we pause here for 1 second?
Okay.
Shooter, I totally agree. I definitely think that should have been addressed as, they're coming to take me away, haha. I don't know if that's a saying in the United States, but it's a saying in Canada. And it's just kind of like, I feel like they could have closed up that plot hole of his grand delusion that he was going to create this huge trial on Cardassia. I think it would have been better if he would have been picked up by some medical officers and taken to a sanitarium where he could have worked it out, where he was genuinely mentally destroyed, PTSD, delusions, perhaps he was hearing voices, something to this effect, to address why he did this to his face. Otherwise it sort of cheapens it as a plot device. And I think it was an oversight by the writers, because they were drama writers and not sci-fi writers. And so when JT Kirk, when you, when Clobby, when I feel that little science fiction scratch on our backs when we're watching a drama that's supposed to be a science fiction, that's really cool. And it's really telling of your passion for science fiction and the fact that you're a true fan of science fiction. So I love your comment. Pew, pew, pew. Pew!
The revelation at the end forces Kira to reevaluate her stance on Cardassians as individuals, a step to mend two cultures unlikely to work, but taken anyway. Is Maritza a hero for this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Michael Beacom says, A. All hail Harris Yulin, character actor supreme. Yeah. This is his episode. Yeah. Wish this were the last ep of the season. The final scene with he and Kira in the promenade was so powerful.
Yep.
Yes, it was. Everyone was at top of their form. An unabashed adaptation of a post World War II or WW2 Yahtzee story, but who cares? It worked completely. Not sci-fi in the Asimov sense, but still fit well.
You got it, baby.
Indeed-ishness. Max Redstone says, "A, the only thing I really have a problem with is the murder at the end. I know it's a plot device, but to project Kira's transformation, but or protect, excuse me, it says project Kira's transformation, but it plays into the savage. It plays into the savage Bazoran narrative, which I do not like." That's a good point, Max, and I can understand it. But
that's a very good point, and we're going to get into that in the next episode. Love you, Max.
Yeah, but again, this is there humans that do horrible crap like that. Why not? Why can't there be Bazorans that do horrible crap like that? But I hear you.
That's right.
Scuba Pete, A, seeing this when it originally aired made me fall in love with Kira. Her character's complexity is intoxicating. Yes. A very good point, sir. And now, if we have Jill, and then we have our great friend Enigmatic Drop Bear. Jill has one this time, and so go for it. Number one.
And Fanti, he's posted one, boss. I think he's actually posted two.
I'll go get him. I'm right now. I can't really go.
I know. I just wanted you to know.
Forgotten.
Okay, anti-derivative Jill, wonderful nerd, fellow nerd. I'm a nerd too. A nerd amongst geeks, also a fellow INTJ. Let's do it! Oh, and also our communications officer. She gives this episode an A+. She says, it's heart-wrenching. A bystanding participant in the atrocities of genocide tries to make a difference. Kira sees an alternative perspective, but pure hate intervenes. So everyone loses. Yeah. Nice, sweetheart. Nice.
Yep. And now we have ED.
Hey, ED. Enigmatic Drop Bear, the erudite bear. He's got a 5-parter here. He gives this episode an A. He says, this episode is unadulterated Star Trek allegory. It is an incredible achievement in storytelling, all the more so for its presence in a show's first season.
All right.
Thanks, boss. 2 of 5. It includes truly impressive narrative contortions, replete with a twist in its tale that is wholly unexpected.
I'm going to have to wait to find the other ones until we get, because I can't every time I leave the star column, it just gives me fits. So go ahead.
A 3 of 5. There are so many angles to cover here. Sisko's dilemma, juggling Bajoran's fragile peace, and its scars with Federation values of due process and without a mandate from victory or treaty. 4 of 5. Maritza bearing the unbearable burden of guilt of what he witnessed, dogmatic in his quest for atonement on behalf of his people. Yeah, he wants to take on this all the sin. And so in that sense, he's got this sort of, Messiah complex. He's a man who's deeply disturbed, who requires extensive counseling and treatment. So I totally agree, Enigmatic Drop Bear. 5 of 5, incredible character development. Kira's Bajoran government's desire for vengeance, Odo's objectivity and impartiality, showing why he is head of station security. Enigmatic Drop Bear, wonderful, absolutely wonderful comments. I absolutely love them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, man. Now I'm going to try to find some more. I couldn't really get away from it until all right, let's see here. I hope I didn't miss any. Hang on, let me see. Sorry, everyone, it's just complicated. All right. I hope I'm at the right spot. I hope I didn't miss anything. Let me see if I can find some more, folks. Hang on. Oh, gotta go back. Okay.
Wolfie's talking about how this is Enigmatic Drop Bear's first spin through DS9. And it's so wonderful, isn't it? Just that we get to see DS9 through fresh eyes, and
yes.
And ED is so intelligent that and unafraid to put something on the chat that is well wrought, that he's really thought out and he's put some time into, and it's just such a joy. Everyone is having such a great time seeing DS9 through your eyes, ED. All of your friends here just love your comments. Keep them coming.
Indeedishness. Making sure I got them all here. Hang on. All right, let's see. I got Fanny. All right, so far I only have Phantom. I got you, Phantom. Hang on a second. Oh, no, I don't have all of you because you keep adding numbers. You put them at the end. No, he adds them at the end instead of the beginning like everyone
He
else.
does. He does.
Phantom. Everybody send a dag and I to the Phantom just because.
Fanty's like, but Raquel, she tracks me down. It's hard when you're doing it all by yourself, though, Fanty.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you put the number of how many you're going to have at the front, it really does help.
It does help a great deal.
Yeah, it just does. And the rating, too. Some people put the rating at the back. But,
the grade,
it's not like we put out a rule book telling everybody how to do it. So I think...
Well, Chris and Eric K., Chris Persia and Eric K. are usually really good. D-Bud Martin helps people too. Like he sort of helps them in that way to sort of see what, is preferred and stuff. But we're getting there. We're getting there.
We're getting there, folks. All right. So Phantom Outsider says, and please, if anyone got any more, please give them to us. B, in this episode, they showed the first and as yet only Cardassian who had any empathy for the Bajorans. Kira wanting revenge on him until she saw who he wasn't responsible for anything, and then having her witness the results of unreasoning hate. I missed the first call, but also a B. It's lucky that the characters weren't fully formed yet, as if they were, they'd only, formed yet, as if they were, they'd have been considered incompetent. I mean, Cisco could have sealed the station via lockdown, sealed his office, and spaced those in command. Doctor could have introduced a bioweapon into the vent system, and they are all lucky Derek wasn't involved. That's true. Truishness. Also, imagine the questions if any of them had been successful. So, he succeeded in killing a Starfleet commander and emissary of the Prophets. So, Major Kira, how'd that affect Bajor? And I think he's talking about Dramatis Personae.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least that part.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he started out talking about duet.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm confused. Anyway, let me see. I don't see any other ones. I don't know what happened to Mark.
Mark, get your caboose in that chat.
Having some pewter problems.
Some pewter problems. I haven't heard pewter for computer since like the days of ICQ. That is some pretty old stuff you're talking there, Clobby.
Well, I won't let it happen again.
That's 1997 social media right there. I love you.
Midnight's Oblivion. Hey there.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Good to see you there, sir.
Did you see this? Midnight's Oblivion said Duet was one of my favorite episodes of DS9, frankly. Yeah. So look at that. Yeah. Loving it. Loving it.
It is a great one. Yes, indeed. Yes, he might have Mark. Yeah, that's right, Fanny. Mark may have a gremlin or a Gorn in the system. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I guess we can move on. I don't want to miss it. I'm sure he'll have one later if he's going to join us. I don't know. Hello, computer.
Chris Persia. I haven't heard anyone say ICQ since the days of Geocities or GeoCities, depending upon what country you're from. I'll never forget the first time I heard the difference between the United States and Canada when it comes to GeoCities and Geocities.
Geocities. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Let's see. Mark D going once. Mark D going twice. Mark, he can do it when we do our I guess when we do the wrap, because after this next episode we'll be doing the season wrap up a little bit. So if he is still around, because he was here earlier, so he must be having some kind of an issue. So,
Yep,
all right. Well, are we ready for? We're going to go ahead and just go with our next episode then, our
we
last
are,
episode
boss.
of the season.
Oh, here he is. Mark D with the C,
Oh,
unpacking the shuttlecraft after my away mission. We'll post with the next review.
okay, that's cool. That's right. All right, Duder, no problem. Getting put to work. He's getting put
That's
to work
right.
there. So our next and final episode of the season,
Is
folks, is in the hands of Nurse Ratchet.
in the hands of the Sydney Opera House.
Yeah.
In the hands of the prophets, season
in the hands
1.
of Nurse Ratchet. Sorry.
That's right. In the hands of the prophets is season 1, episode 20. That number isn't hard and fast because of streaming services and all the goofery that goes on with that. Please know that you can count on this number. This is prod code 420.
While you do that, I'm gonna go take an aspirin.
You go ahead, sweetheart. We all watched this for the very first time on June 21st, 1993. Now, I'm going to be reading extemporaneously from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, The Companion, written by Terry J. Erdman and Paula M. Block. I'm reading off a PDF because I'm at the lake and my book isn't here yet. I do own the book, though. We are copyright compliant. And I just want to let everyone know in the chat, because I have a PDF up, I can't see anything you're saying. So you'll have to rely on our fabulous wrenches if you have any questions or need anything. And I love you all, and I'm not ignoring you. I love you. I just have to read from a very, very light PDF. Let's bleep from page 66. A new day begins on Deep Space Nine, and Chief O'Brien escorts his wife, Keiko, Miles, through the promenade on her way to the station school. O'Brien pauses to purchase a snack at a kiosk and impresses Keiko with his knowledge of Bajoran Jumja sticks, although not quite in the way he intended. The trivia about Jumja came from his new assistant, Neela, and O'Brien is startled when he realizes that Keiko, Miles, thinks he might be attracted to the pretty Bajoran. After a bit of teasing, Keiko, Miles, heads on to the classroom. As Keiko attempts to explain the scientific principles behind the construction of the nearby wormhole to her students, she is interrupted by the arrival of Vedic Wynn, otherwise known as Nurse Ratchet or the Sydney Opera House. A spiritual leader, a spiritual leader from Bajor. Wynn observes the lesson, then calmly states her opposition to Keiko's secular method of instruction, which does not touch upon Bajoran beliefs regarding the prophets who reside in the wormhole. Keiko reports the incident to Commander Sisko, and Kira expresses some support for Wynn's point of view. When Keiko rejects the idea that she incorporate religious beliefs into her curriculum, Kira suggests that there may need to be a separate school for Bajoran children. Sisko doesn't like that idea either, since he wants to see Bajoran and Federation interests unified. Uncertain how to solve the matter, Sisko goes to see Wynn, who warmly greets the emissary, as the late Kai Opaka referred to the commander. But Wynn refuses to back down from her stance that Keiko has dishonored the celestial temple with her teachings. Wynn informs Sisko that she won't be responsible for the consequences if the teacher does not recant. Working with Neela, O'Brien is concerned to discover that one of his tools is missing. The tool can be used to access every critical system on the station. Curiously, an ensign named Aquino, I forget how you say his name, is also missing. A search for a power conduit leads O'Brien and Neela to the remains of both the tool and the unlucky ensign. The working theory is that Aquino, it's got to be Aquino, right? Had attempted to repair a plasma flow irregularity in the conduit and got caught in the power flow. But O'Brien is unsatisfied with that answer. He is even more troubled when he finds out that Wynn's veiled threat has come to fruition. Some of the Bajorans on the station have begun to treat Keiko with contempt. Wynne continues to stir up the Bajorans with her superficially passive rhetoric and confronts Keiko at the door of the school. She will accept Keiko's decision not to teach the students about the prophets if Keiko promises not to teach anything about the wormhole at all. Keiko can't accept that alternative, and she watches in dismay as Wynne leads the Bajoran children and their parents away from the school. Concerned, Sisko pays a visit to Vedic Bareil, the leading candidate to become the next Kai on Bajor. Sisko hopes that Bareil can help him arrange an audience with the Vedic Assembly so that he can discuss the school. But while Bareil's ideology is very different from Wynne's, he does not want to risk his political future by appearing to take sides with Sisko. Frustrated, Sisko returns to the station where he discovers that several Bajoran crew members have failed to report for duty. When Kira refuses to offer her support in resolving the situation, Sisko has some sharp words for her. A short time later, Odo and Bashir report the results in their investigation into Aquino's death. The ensign was killed by a phaser blast. Odo has made an additional discovery. On the night he was killed, Aquino did not head for the power conduit, as his log indicates. He went to runabout pad C. O'Brien and Neela investigate the pad, but find nothing. After Neela leaves, O'Brien runs an additional diagnostic on the other runabout pads and finds that someone has placed a security bypass module in pad A. He informs Odo, and the shapeshifter quickly deduces that Aquino was killed when he interrupted someone tampering with the security pad at pad C. The murderer then switched his efforts to pad A to avoid detection. As the pair attempt to figure out the motive behind the subterfuge, they hear an explosion and discover the empty schoolroom engulfed in flames. Angered by Wynne's insincere concern over the incident, Sisko accuses the Vedic of instigating the animosity and resulting violence on the station in an effort to increase her following among the Bajoran people. But her attempt will fail, he tells her, because the majority of Bajoran people on the station have come to know that, for all their differences, the representatives of the Federation are not the enemy. Later, Neela approaches Wynne in private and tells the Vedic that the officers have found out about the runabout, leaving her no method of escape. But Wynne suggests that it is the will of the prophets that the plan continue, even if that means a sacrifice on Neela's part. In the meantime, Sisko is pleasantly surprised when Bareil arrives at the station to help the commander, quote-unquote, clean up the situation. As Kira and Sisko escort Bareil through the promenade, Dax and O'Brien find a mysterious subprogram in the computer that has created a series of force field overrides from the promenade to the runabout pad A, an escape route for someone. Other clues suggest that the weapon detectors on the promenade may have been disabled by Neela. Bareil and Wynne address a throng of Bajorans outside the remains of the school, and Bareil counsels tolerance and acceptance of new ideas. After O'Brien alerts Sisko about the weapons detectors and his suspicions about his assistant, the commander spots Neela in the crowd with a phaser in her hand. He knocks her to the ground, causing her to miss her target, Bareil. Stunned, Kira realizes that all of Wynne's activities were a ruse to bring Bareil to the station, where he could be assassinated before he became Kai. But Neela insists that she acted alone, following the will of the prophets. Later, a humbled Kira tells Sisko that she heard his earlier words to Wynne and agrees with him, and Sisko happily observes that they've made some progress after all. And that is all the text has to say. I have just read from page 66 and 67. That is all the text has to say about this episode in the summary. There is a great deal more in this wonderful book. I encourage you to buy it. Captain, I'd like to turn the con over to you, ask you what you thought of the coverage perhaps, or just what you think of the episode in general.
Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Look, I you talk. It's hilarious when you make fun of Keiko, but she ain't got nothing on Vedic Ratchet. Um, I bet if I were again, that is nothing against the lovely, wonderful actress Louise Fletcher. She's just doing what she's written to do. She's a fine actress. She won an Academy Award for being Nurse Ratchet. All that stuff, not. But man, if there's a if there's a more if I were her, I'd be thankful for Wesley Crusher. So there's at least a more annoying character in all of Star Trek. Because there's not a character I cannot stand more than Vedic. Later, I'll just won't spoil anything.
Yeah, don't wreck it for Edie.
Vedic Ratchet. Wow. This is she barely scratched the surface in this one. How annoying she is, but I just can't stand her. She really makes me sick. Everything, and she takes me out of an episode. But that said, the story I have a lot of issues with as well. I mean, an assassination attempt on her. Yeah, okay, I guess the whole murder mystery thing was not particularly compelling to me. The whole, that aside, of course, the girl playing what's her name, Neela or whatever. Well, she was super cute. I love her. But I just didn't. She takes me out of the whole damn thing, and the whole. This is an episode that's not only not really science fiction, but it's not even good, compelling drama. It's just political. It's politics. It's Bajoran. When we get bogged down into the stuff I like least about DS9 is the Bajoran politics and the Bajoran religion stuff. I'm not casting aspersions on religion or religious people. Nope. It just, I don't really like it in Star Trek that much, unless you're doing like individual stories about certain types of philosophy. But all this stuff with the prophets, it had a pretty good scene, I think, when Sisko was talking to Jake about how you shouldn't judge people by their religion.
That was the best part.
I like that part where he's talking to Jake about how, again, maybe it sounds, just because it sounds stupid to you doesn't make it wrong, and when he's teaching, you shouldn't be judgmental of people who are religious. Seth MacFarlane, I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
So that's all fine and good. I don't find the episode particularly compelling. And again, I just can't get into like it's kind of kind of obvious. I don't mind Vedic Bareil, I guess. He's okay. He doesn't really bother me. I know some people say he's a really terrible character. It doesn't really bother me that much. And the actor's fine. I just can't stand Vedic Ratchet. She makes me sick. Everything her god damn asinine manner with her passive aggressive bullshit. I'm like, oh my god, just punch her already, Kira. I mean, you make me sick.
I think anyone who walks around calling grown adults child.
Oh, I want to smack her.
Yeah. And you don't just want to smack her. You want to smack her with a car.
Yeah. or a runabout.
A runabout. You want to smack her with a runabout.
With a runabout. So anyway, please notes. Go ahead with your notes. I'm sorry, I just can't. Oh.
Okay, so I agree with everything that you said. What a crash from the previous episode. And the sexy girl Neela, her name is Robin Christopher.
Yeah, she's quite a.
This episode was written by Robert Hewitt Wolfe. So it's really important that you keep that in mind as I talk about my notes. Okay, so first let's just get it over with. Are you ready? Oh, Miles!
Ah! Okay. She does it again, everybody. Send her agonizers.
Gene Roddenberry demonstrated humanism by mentioning Spinoza. And this had a profound effect on me as a person. It actually completely changed my life. And I don't want to go into more than that, but it basically helped me to become an agnostic after I read Ethics. So this is the way Gene Roddenberry demonstrated humanism, his belief. He did it by just having Gary mention Spinoza. This is incredibly important. Gene Roddenberry did not want religion being belittled or mocked, or the alienation of the viewer over religion. And some people will say, "Oh, that's not true. The Star Trek's always done this and all this and that." That's absolute bullshit. I'm sorry, I don't like to use profanity on air, but if you believe that, that is absolute bullshit. argued with Michael Pillar about every single time he tried to create some type of conversation about what religion should and shouldn't be for people. He didn't want that to happen. What he wanted to do was turn you to Spinoza. He wanted to turn you to ethics. He did not want any type of open admonishment of the viewer. He said that directly. He also said directly that he did not ever want Star Trek to alienate someone over any issue. He wanted them to be engaged philosophically. And I have the receipts for this. I've said this many times, and I've shown the receipts for this. He made this clear in a 4-day, I believe it was 4 days, it could have been more than 4 days, an interview with Humanist Magazine. And he did this right before he died. So it wasn't just like a little conversation that he had. He gave a 4-day interview. It's like, I don't even know, it's like 80 pages in a PDF. I don't even remember. And it depends upon the size of paper or whatever. But it's a very long interview and it's very explicit. So if you want to talk about religion, atheism, agnosticism, if you want to discuss all that stuff, he wants you to turn to the greats and mention them. He does not want anyone alienated. That is 100%. And he does not want anyone belittled or mocked, be it an agnostic, an atheist, or a religious believer. That is a fact. I have given the receipts on this show. I have shown this receipt on this show, and I will continue to direct people to that interview. People don't read anymore. I encourage you to read. If you can't read it, I'd like you to I'd like you to download it as a PDF. And I'd like you to select all of the text, then right click on it. And then it will offer you something that is offered on computers now. And that is things that your computer can do to help people who are visually impaired. And it will actually read the whole interview to you. Just read the article. And if you can't read the article, listen to the article, because there's no debate here. People who are debating this on social media are nincompoops and complete liars. They've just created this big fantasy about what they think Gene Roddenberry believed. You don't have to have fantasy. You have reality. You have the facts. You have the man's own effing words. Go read the article and stop talking like an idiot. Anyways, we'll keep going. The evil Sydney Opera House arrives. The writers try to prove science and religion cannot coexist, using, and the writer is Robert Hewitt Wolfe, using the villain from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest makes the intent clear. So does Quark's assertion that the Orthodox religious people love gambling and prostitutes. As does the idea that they're all terrorists. So here we have Robert Hewitt Wolfe making a commentary through semiotics and through dialogue. Now, semiotics is the study of signs, symbols, and artifacts in culture that have tacit meanings. You can think of this like that's unspoken meaning. So it's kind of like if you gave somebody the finger in traffic, the finger flipping the bird, it has a specific meaning. In North America, that could mean the middle finger. In Greece, it's when you take your thumb and you jam it up really violently. This is semiology. So here we're seeing the semiotics taking place, and they're using this idea that science and religion cannot coexist. They can't agree. Religious people cannot be in regular school. And like I said, they do this by introducing the villain from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, involved in the full frontal lobotomy of a sanitarium asylum patient. And then Quark asserts, once again, I'm going to say this, Quark asserts that Orthodox religious people love gambling and prostitutes. So he actually says this. So all religious people, or especially Orthodox people, love gambling and prostitutes. This is not what Gene Roddenberry wanted. This is not how you tell a story. This is just somebody giving their opinion, and I don't want to hear it, especially not in Star Trek. And this whole idea that all of the religious people are terrorists, all of them. So they actually say this in like 2 or 3 different ways using dialogue. So it's crap and it's not good. This isn't science fiction. It's a discussion about the social conflicts between atheism and religiousness. Some direct commentary on the Catholic power structures are also made here. So at the very end, we even drag Catholicism into it when we start discussing how the church deals with different people obtaining different positions within its structure. So it reaches its dirty little poop-filled tentacles. It reaches it out onto everything. This is not science fiction. And I would like to qualify everything I've just said by saying that, I am agnostic. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm neither an atheist nor a religious person. I cannot profess to know that which is unknowable. If I cannot know it, then I cannot profess to know it. And so that's my position here. And even I see how ridiculously offensive this is by infantilizing atheists and making them seem very rigid and moronic. And it infantilizes religious people, making them seem as though they're moronic without feeling and also bereft of any type of morals or ethics. They're just violent. They're stupid. You can't coexist with them. They like gambling, prostitutes. It's all really, really, really over the top, especially when you start to look at the semiology. So this is a real stinker for me. Didn't like this episode, and it's a...
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me something? Are you trying to say...
crap, 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 crap.
Okay. So anyway, well, yeah, look, what is your rating of In the Hands of Nurse Ratched?
In the Hands of the Sydney Opera House is a D.
Gotcha. I am the same. Except I gave it a D plus because I did kind of like some of the stuff between Cisco and Kira. Some of the stuff I liked Cisco's speech that he gave at the end there to the people and stuff. Some of that was a bit uplifting for me, but it doesn't save this twerp of an episode, which I just don't like. So yeah, I'm right there with you. There we go. There's Max's review, folks. Anyway, hey, look who's here, Wendyology.
Hey, how are you, Windology? Nice to
Windology.
see you, sweetheart. Where's
Good to
Darren?
see you. Good. Well, I'm glad to see you there, Wendy, and I hope Jimmy is doing well.
I thought her husband's name was Darren.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Windology's husband isn't her name Darren? Isn't his name Darren?
Jared, it's Jimmy. I don't know. I saw the name Jimmy on there once before. She'll let us know.
Anyway, hi.
Hello,
it's 5:30 in the morning there. Yeah, it is Darren. Good.
Darren, that's okay. I was thinking of Wendy Webb. I don't know why. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We have a couple of Wendy's. I guess who just
we have another Wendy.
Monkey Jeebus.
Monkey Jeebus. So apologize, Windology. It's lovely to see you. Thank you so much. What's up, Monkey Jeebus?
Nice to see you.
So yeah, all right, everybody. I guess we've donged on this episode too much. So I'll now give you all the word for the final episode of season 1 of Deep Space Nine. Please, everyone. I got you. I figured out it was the wrong Wendy, and I apologize, Wendy. We are the Wendy, she says.
We are the Wendy's. You will be assimilated.
I apologize, Wendy, and I'm just thrilled to see you here. Thank you so much.
Yep.
So if everyone will start putting in their reviews now, let me pop back a little bit, make sure I got everybody. All righty. Okay, so I will start starring these reviews. While I do that, I want to, again, we got through season 1, folks, and we're gonna, after we get through with reviewing this episode or everyone's reviews, we're gonna do a little bit of a season 1 overview, just a little bit of a recap. And Katie says, "But Miles, no, I don't. I just want to go on record. I don't hate Keiko like number 1 does, but
I think that she's the most annoying wife. She just the most annoying wife. I would
I-
never want her for my wife.
I must.
If she wanted to marry me, I would say, look, I would rather chew tinfoil and poke my own eyes out.
Wow.
Just good. Oh, Miles.
Oh my goodness. See, I gotta say that I'm glad you hate her like that because it is very entertaining.
Well, I have the same feeling about her as her daughter Molly. So like every time she kisses her daughter Molly on camera, Molly wipes it off in disgust. I'm Molly.
Wow. I thought you were going to say something bad about Molly for a minute. I'm like, wow,
No, she's adorable. I love that little kid. She's adorable.
Yeah. Yes, she is. Okie dokie. Well, let's see.
Careful
Oh.
who you share your jump stick with, Miles.
Oh my God. Wow. Katie Carr says, unfortunately, I never took to Keiko. And Keiko had never really bought her relationship with Miles. The chemistry didn't grab me like any of the other Star Trek marriages. You know something? Coming from Katie, that's something, because she's a very sweet person. And she likes a lot of those relationships that they have. And I've never heard her say a critical word about any of them. So that, that's special. I mean, because I really trust her opinion on things like that. And that's something coming from Katie.
I agree. Cute little ballerina. I love you. I agree.
Oh my goodness. Well, anyway, let me start with the ones we've got starred. Anyone can keep coming with them if you want, folks. Raymond Feliciano says B. The introduction of Wynn as the second most hated character in DS9. She is a manipulative so-and-so. This episode harkens back to the Spanish Inquisition and even has a connotations today, sadly. Thank you, Raymond. Yes.
Yes.
Wagner says D+. Keiko was the focus for part of this episode, and so it automatically gets a lower grade. Wow, another Keiko lover here.
No, Wendology doesn't like Keiko either.
Oh my, okay.
Oh, you're getting a whole bunch of reviews coming in.
Okay, let me star a couple more before
you got to go back to the live thingy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the live for a second so I can star a few more. Not a Keiko fan either, eh, Wendology? Gotcha.
No, this not Wagner, not me, not Katie, not Wendy. No one likes Keiko.
All you women are mean to
No,
Keiko.
it's not that. It's just like.
Well, I don't know. The guys aren't mean to her.
Oh, I don't know about that. If that woman followed you around going, "Oh, Miles,"
oh my God!
Like imagine if she was like, "Oh, Mike,
be careful who you share your jump stick with."
Oh my God!
You'd be like, "Get away from me."
I think she's way less annoying than Counselor Campbell-Toe. Dad, man. Is Keiko the Counselor Campbell-Toe of DS9? Says Dad, man. Well, because she's not there as much as Counselor Campbell-Toe, as she's in every episode of Deanna, but Keiko's more, occasional. So.
I like Larry. Hashtag cancel Keiko. No, or hashtag I agree with Molly.
So Sandra Feliciano says B. Kai, I think Vedic Wynn. It's Vedic actually at this point there, but it says Wynn reminds me of a mega church leader who left faith behind to chase money or power. She thinks she's right, but is a snake who will do anything to keep her power. She's like Jim Johnson. Yes, that's a good point. She is. She's annoying. Here we go. Pleasant Valley Pico says, after the last great episode, religious. Gives it a D, by the way. Religious intolerance leading to terrorism was a bit boring and not overly creative. I think I'll have to throw in with you on that. Let's see. As well, Keiko being in it loses half a point, even though I felt for her facing the crap she faces. That's two guys on record not liking Keiko.
See, this is what I'm saying. And I bet you the actress, Rosalind Chow.
I love her.
she's beautiful and
Yeah.
ridiculously attractive woman, and obviously
Right.
intelligent and charming. It's no
Just doing her
reflection
job.
on
Yeah.
her,
Yeah. It's just
but
doing her job. Yeah.
yeah, she's just doing her job, making Keiko as annoying as possible.
Why I am not into he says why I'm not into organized religion. A weak season ender overall to me. Robert Hewitt Wolf did write some great stuff. This was not it. And hang on, one more. Check out season 1 of Andromeda, which I love. He was the head writer and producer, and it was great. Okay,
I
thank
watched
you.
Andromeda.
Thank you, Pleasant Valley. Okay. Well, yeah, number one's watched it.
Mhm.
Phantom Outsider says C. Never liked Vedic when, because he's Vedic right now, buddy. Her brand of fake piety never set well with me. Boy, I hear you on that one. Her holier than thou attitude and belief that she is right. Also, her willingness to do anything to advance her agenda is there a hang on, gotta get to the next one.
Dad Man walking. I wish I could put that up on the marquee, but I can't, honey, because I don't have the power tonight. But Dad Man, I have to interrupt everyone to tell everyone what Dad Man said. Somewhere out there, Wesley Crushers is smiling and asking, "Miss me yet?"
No, I wouldn't go that far.
I love you, Dad Man.
Yes, but I don't think that's possible. But yes,
No.
good try though. More loathsome. Is there a more loathsome individual that would use religion, faith as a dodge or a hustle? Vedic Win was a fake TV evangelist, a shill, and I think that it was Quark. I think that is what Quark was referencing. Sorry. But hang on, Phantom. Do you have more, Phantom? Oh, hang on. I think he had more. Give me a second to find him. Hang on. TikTok, sorry. Oh, there's 3. Okay. What she said. Okay. Wow. Fake piety, and they say one thing but do another. Orthodox religious. Look at the track record of the fallen fake plus pious. Excuse me. Can we schedule when for a procedure in sick bay? Yada yada. For sure, sir. Oakley dokeliness. Thank you, Phantom Outsider. Shooter says B. Miles. Oh, Miles. What is it? Man, I'm going to have to declare a moratorium on the old Miles before it gives me a headache. I know a lot.
Miles.
See, let's see what you did, Shooter. Thanks a lot.
I'm 100% making a custom emoji that's just Keiko saying, "Oh, Miles."
Oh my goodness, I'm going to ban those bans. I'm going to start banning words. I know or phrases. I know a lot of people here dislike Keiko, but I don't find her that annoying. Vedic Ratchet is far worse. Boy, am I with you there, buddy. Religion versus science, an oldie but a goodie. However, the episode goes deeper, exposing the differences in the interpretations and sects within the religion itself, which for me, doesn't do a whole lot for me. I'm not really, even it's just not that entertained by that kind of thing personally. Politics rule the Bajorans' religion as much as any leadership structure, which they did touch on in this episode. The best moment in the episode, however, is the slow motion jump Cisco does when tackling Neela at the end of the episode. Thank you so much, Shooter. Wolfie says
you could just go like when Cisco jumps through the air and then it shows his back. You could just go
$6 million man.
Sorry.
Wolfie says B plus. That's the first mistake you've made, Cisco, throwing down the hammer here on when about what the station's crew has achieved thus far. They may have dumb rules and drink root beer, but the Federation is not the enemy. I love this diagram they made of the wormhole here. It's used in several examples promotional literature.
Dave G sound. She would walk 500 miles.
Oh my.
I love you, Dave G.
Vedic Virile is the political friend that Cisco can't have. Interesting introduction for this character. I thought I said to keep an eye on Neela. I kept my eyes all over her, but I'm a sicko that way. The Catman says, Claudia, I give this episode F plus. Wow, truly hated this episode, and I don't watch this episode ever.
Yes.
Well,
right.
it's a fair cop. It's a fair cop. I didn't read it all. J.T. Kirk says C minus/D plus. 2 ratings. He's two-faced today. I see. What's wrong with you, boy? A bottom 10 series episode. Keiko's I Use the Science versus Wins. My religion is my tool for politics. It's just poop. A duotronic circuit-brained android could teach better than Keiko than Cake No. Cake No. Masters Maniac Mexico number and the MMM says stable C. As I can't ignore what will spring off this episode's in later ones, but I have to admit I never looked at it like you did. And again, I've learned a lot. Well, thank you, MMM, and I appreciate your review. Thank you. It's great to have you here. Danadax Amanda Bear says B plus. I hate Vedic Win more than Keiko. Wow, well, I'm with you on that one, partner. We are on the same page. So if you will read this one, we have our lovely Jill.
Alrighty, let's do it. Anti-derivative Jill, our communications officer, fellow nerd, fellow INTJ. She's given this sucker a C+. She says Vedic Win commits her first big act of evil, and Cisco begins his journey from rejection to acceptance regarding his role as the emissary. Yeah, I agree.
Indeed. There you go, Jill.
Nicely said.
And now we have the great enigmatic drop bear.
Hey! How are you, my erudite bear? I hope you have something cold to drink and you're comfortable because these reviews are fabulous. He's got a 5-parter here. He gives this one a B+. He says, well, here we have the maniacal religious zealot incarnate, spouting the usual pious BS. Vedic Win truly is a nasty piece of work and a great innovation for inclusion in this show. 2 of 5. It is entirely plausible that a character such as this could rise to power in the Bajoran setting. As a character, she has a great potential to stir up all sorts of dissension in future stories. Mostly given like her head wear. I mean, that's great. Like, you know, if something sticks to the bottom of the pot, you just take that hat off and stir it. Anyway, 3 of 5. Here she launches her agenda with an assault on a burgeoning secular educational facility and co-ops a young, impressionable, and talented engineer as an acolyte for her grander designs. Win is a great contrast to her far more moderate colleagues and the more agnostic Federation cohort. Yep. Finally, what an inspired choice it was to cast Nurse Ratchet as Vedic Win. ED.
Yep. Look,
beautiful review.
It's a fine performance. And Dave G. Sound made a good point earlier. Said it must be great acting for you to hate her that much. Yeah, that was the intention. See, the submission. I'm giving her credit that she was really vile and just detestable, but she's supposed to be. It's just that it's almost sometimes they do almost too good of a job. Whereas Wesley was not supposed to be hated. She was, and that's all fine and good. So look, top marks for that. I just don't really get into all the religious stuff the show does sometimes. But
Gene didn't want it done. And if you are going to do this kind of thing, instead of turning religious people into villains and into zealots who like, you know, gambling and prostitution and all the other things this episode says, what you do is you make it really difficult. You make Kai win or Vedic win. You make her incredibly agreeable. You make her reasonable but steadfast, because that is the real difficulty in religion. The real difficulty betwixt atheists and fundamentalists or orthodox people is that they're so easy to set on a periphery and therein to dismiss. But when someone is very reasonable and very kind and isn't violent and isn't a terrorist and isn't a lunatic or is evil in their heart, just somebody who you just cannot agree with on the nature of the universe, of the nature of our existence, that is far more difficult material. That material was best left to the science fiction writers of TOS, who could tackle it by bringing up Spinoza instead of simply turning all religious people into a villain in an episode of television. And it's okay to like it. It's okay to like it. But at the same time, it's very important for you to realize that turning religious people into cartoon characters so it's easier for you to understand why they're dismissed is low, very low hanging fruit. Intellectual people in a show that was once canceled for being too cerebral should tackle the difficult issues, and that is intelligent, well-spoken, extremely educated, compelling scholars of religion, hashing it out with people who don't believe. That is far more difficult. Turning her into a cartoon character who's nothing more than a terrorist and a villain with absolutely no redeeming qualities is not Star Trek. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter whether you agree with it or not. It's not what Gene wanted, and it's not Star Trek. Sorry, everyone. You can hate me, though. But just don't send me letters because I don't care.
Just hate her. Just hate her. Don't send any letters.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, look, announcement before I finish up the final remaining reviews. Enigmatic Drop Bear or Michael Beacom, anyone who mentioned that they did not get a chance to review The Forsaken last week, and if you would like to, now's the time. Put them in there. Once I get through with these reviews, we'll take a look at those. And most people did say something, did review it last week, but even though because we've shifted in there at last. So if you want to say something about that episode, now's the time, my friends, while I'm finishing up these.
Mm-hmm.
We got Michael Beacom says D-. Sick and tired of the thinly veiled anti-religious bias from the enlightened, in quotes, West Coast writers. It's so true. Unfortunately, Louise Fletcher was hired to be unlikable, and she's good at her job, Lacey.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
really
Michael.
Yeah, nothing against her at all.
No, nothing against her. She's a fabulous actress.
Here's my favorite review of the evening, folks, though. It's from Kamloops. Says, this is one of my least favorite Voyager episodes.
Why'd you make me do the ugly laugh, Kamloops?
Kamloops! You rascal, you. Speaking of Voyager, the greatest Voyager fan in the world, our wonderful, lovely friend Katie Carr has this to say. I don't know if it's a review, but she's touching on the episode a little bit as a religious person. I didn't have an issue with the Bajoran religion in DS9. It was actually refreshing to have some spirituality trek. But I feel that they didn't need Wynn as a religious leader. Okay, I understand. Well, I hear you there. Thank you, Katie. But the great Maximum Redstone says D-. The inhabitants of Deep Space Nine have formed a conga chain through the promenade. They're singing, "We're kind of missing Wesley." Oh, we're kind of missing Wesley. We're kind of missing Wesley.
Yeah.
Yikes! Yikes! The Mark, the D, the with the C, the engineer of chiefness, says C-. Heavy-handed episode that does not give an overall nuanced view of a religion. Vedic Wynn is portrayed too unsympathetically as a religious leader. Yep. The more Einstein studied the universe, the more he believed in a creator or intelligent design. Religion and science is not compatible or not incompatible. Agreedness.
There was subject-verb disagreement there, Mark D with the C. It's R.
Yeah, I know. But I
is
just
an R.
I should have said
for one. R is for more than one. Mark. I'm sending you a shin kick. I love you, honey. Bad grammar. Bad grammar.
I would have corrected it, but it was already on the screen there. And besides, he deserves it. He deserves it for all of his evil.
I love him. I love him. I love
Uh,
teasing him.
The exchange with Cisco and Jake is pure gold, referencing the treatment of Galileo. Yes, that was really good. Jake, but there were no prophets. There were just some aliens that you found in the wormhole. Cisco, it's a matter of interpretation. It may not be what you believe, but that doesn't make it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If you start to think that way, you'll be acting just like Vedic Win.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite part of the episode.
The only
there.
good part of the episode. But the whole
Oh.
episode should have been like that.
We have a new member. That 70s rock fan, George. I can't see at the level there, buddy, because it didn't, and StreamYard doesn't show it. But whatever level, I greatly appreciate that, sir. Thank you so much.
Kamloops.
Welcome, Kamloops. You are too kind, my friend. Thank you so much.
A few weeks back, he was like, Raquel, what are you going to do when I move? It's like, I don't know. Don't move.
Don't move. Who said you could move, man? What are you, crazy? Don't you be moving? Don't you be moving on there?
I'll come up with a new nickname for you because I love you. That's what will happen. I will just come up with a new nickname. I promise. You can move, buddy. Just let me know when you do.
Yeah.
Hey, good evening, Tiger Stripes.
Tiger, who's here?
Person named Tiger Stripes.
Ah, okay. Tiger Stripes, welcome. Welcome.
I've never seen your name before. Welcome.
Welcome indeed. Indeed. Let's see. Let me get some of these. I think we only have a couple of reviews of The Forsaken. Let's see here. Jill said, it'd be boring if we all agreed about everything. That's true. Unless everybody agreed with me, then I wouldn't be bored with that at all. I'd be happy. Kidding. Just kidding. Nah, then I have nobody to argue with. I take it back. So pleased I could catch a. Well, when Wendology said, so pleased I could catch. Well, live for a change. Much love to you. Thank you. So I'm pleased that you were able to catch it.
Not only supports this show, but she supports this channel, and so does her husband Darren.
Oh, that's great.
And they are two of our listeners who listen after our broadcast because, of course, they're across the pond, and it's very difficult for them to get up this early in the morning to watch the show. So I love those two. They're such great people. They're fun to follow on Instagram, and they're fun to follow on Twitter. Just two really, really kind and wonderful people with great content. So go follow Darren and go follow Wendology. They're both just great.
Thank you so much. And Katie Garcia is going to sign off for the night. It's super late. Take care, everyone, and be well. Great to see you, Raquel and Clobby. Live long and prosper. The same to you, our beautiful friend. We love you, and don't be a stranger now. Pop in more often, even if it's just to say hi. And I hope you and yours are doing well. Katie Carr, love from the CLOBBERIN Times crew.
Don't forget to practice. And I just love you. And you know how I feel about your dance because my offspring is also in dance. So keep practicing. You know how proud I am of you. And please let your mom know that we said hello. Our best to you, sweetheart. School should be starting soon. Your holidays are almost over. So get to work. We love those high grades that you've been producing so far and that you are edifying yourself. Have a great time, honey. We'll see you soon.
Yes. He's Cam says, I'm moving to wow. That's
a Scotsman for you.
Place, yeah.
Troublemaking Scotsman.
All righty then. Michael Beacom says this is an episode I got the wires crossed last week, so it's from last week. We just got a couple of reviews on them. Michael Beacom says of The Forsaken. Oh, second review. What's your second? Okay, well, A-. Wow, what a great portrait of the Loxana Troy. Wonderful use of contrasting character traits to enhance both our understanding and appreciation of Loxana and Odo. Yes, I like that episode. Let's see. Tiger Stripes asked a question. I'll get that real quick. So, do you think Odo stopped short of looking exactly like a human being in order to represent himself as a species rather than masquerading as a person? I've always believed that, and from episodes I've seen, that he just can't really get it exactly right. But I don't know. Other changelings have later, but I'm not sure.
You have to give into the fact that he was basically orphaned, so his abilities are, are developing. And I know that's hard. That's a hard pill to swallow when you imagine him becoming a rat or a falcon or an eagle or a chair or a glass. But you have to give over to it because it is a science fantasy. It's not science fiction, it's science fantasy. And what it does is it helps us to have the visual representation of an alien creature. So it's a device of the story. It helps us to see that there is otherness present, and that otherness is Odo's struggle to be more human because he doesn't have corporeal form. So if they breach that, they take and he looks perfectly human. We take away the delight of his otherness and his struggle to be human. In essence, you can imagine this the same as Pinocchio, or you can think of it like Data, or you can think of it like Spock. There has to be a physical presence for a television show for people who just tune in one week and then don't tune in the next, and they don't want to watch the whole thing. They just want to watch that one episode. This is why episodic television was so popular and so successful. So it's not so much of a weakness in the portrayal of the character, and I think too many people go to that and then they're like, oh well, what about this? This is not believable, or this detracts from the story. Not at all. But you have to give yourself over to the science fantasy aspect of that if you like Pinocchio, if you like Data, if you like Spock. It's the struggle to be more human, and the television viewers' fleeting, ephemeral relationship to the character, a very short period of time in which to tell this story, and the need to visually have the representation of that otherness, to suspend the belief, to create that story atmosphere and the relationship with the character. So I hope that helps answer your question.
All right, I'm going to put these up. We've got ED's review of the Forsaken. So here we go. Number one, if you will.
Oh, here we go. ED, baby. Hi, enigmatic drop bear, the erudite bear. He's got a 6-parter here. He's giving it a B+. This is which episode again?
The Forsaken.
The Forsaken.
The Waxana.
Yes, the Lowaxana episode. This episode is laced with a TV and ST specific cliches, stranded in an elevator, broken down computer, thorny visitors, etc. Here, however, they are used to good effect to set up the story. 2 of 6. DS9 continues TNG's tradition of causing us to question how the Federation chooses its ambassadors. 3 of 6. Here we have the usual maladjusted, entitled functionaries who serve the story by being the perennial thorn in the crew's side rather than vessels for fostering goodwill and cooperation. Well, that would be far more difficult, wouldn't it? And so we'll go to the next one. 4 of 6, these criticisms aside, the heart of the story was Odo and Lowaxana's relationship and the wonderful scenes that portrayed the differences in their characters, yet similarities of their plights. Yes, indeed, ED. We already knew Lowaxana's flamboyance and apparent shallowness, but were a facade for her compassion, wisdom, and desire for meaningful companionship. Isn't that a glorious thing that you've said there? And so well wrought, perfect choice in diction, wonderful sentence assembly, gorgeous, sincere statement there. Love it, enigmatic drop bear. 6 of 6, Similarly, Odo's stoic and curmudgeonly demeanor were revealed as a facade for his vulnerability and loneliness. The scenes between these two and the chemistry between the actors were superb. Yes. Love.
Thank you, ED. Appreciate you there.
And you know what, honey? That review was worth waiting for, and I'm so glad that we got to showcase it, and it is fresh in our minds as we discuss the episodes from the whole season. So bravo, love you.
Yes, indeed. So I guess we'll do some season
Chris
wrap up.
Persia's leaving. Sorry, gang.
Oh.
Going to make my adieu now. Have
All right, Chris.
I love you.
Have a great one, buddy. We appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you for everything, honey.
Our chief engineer, Mark D. I don't know if you're busy out there, bro. You have a link if you want to use it. Hey, Zacharot.
Zacharot! Hey, baby.
Good to see you there.
It does an immediate throwdown of the emojis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good night, Chris.
Good to see you, my friend. So yeah, I don't know if he has his spreadsheets ready or not. If number one, I mean, if our engineer wants to come on in, but anyway, if you're there, dude, and again, if you can't make it, it's cool. I mean, if it's late, if you're probably tired from driving, but if not, then come on in. We'll just talk a little bit about a little bit of a wrap up on our thoughts on season 1 of Deep Space Nine.
Deep Space Nine.
I don't have, like I said, I don't have anything like written up or anything about it.
You know what? I'm at the lake, so I don't have anything written up either.
It doesn't matter.
You know, I have my notes at home. We can do this at another time if you'd like. But
no,
you
it's
know,
not a big deal. Yeah, I mean,
overall,
just basically give an overall. Yeah.
Yeah, I just overall, I think that this season was really terrific. I think that there were some stinkers in it, but the thing is we don't have the Holy Trinity creating this magnificent first season that just leaves you, you know, struck with awe and delight, and it doesn't, you know, tickle the part of your brain that is just, you know, incredible. I mean, it's a great first season. It's a great initial offering. It's landslides better than TNG, but of course, you know, the thing is that it exists in a different universe. And what I'm saying in that is that it's not going by any of Gene Roddenberry's Bibles. He didn't write a Bible for this show, so I don't make it beholden to the Gene Roddenberry Bible constraints. So it's okay to have some drama. It's okay to have some science fantasy in there. And so I afforded that, and I think I'm rewarded for that. There's some great writing in this show, some really great stories to be told, and they're all quite enjoyable. You know, despite you know, the odd stinkeroony, and there are a couple of stinkeroonies, but not anywhere near TNG. TNG is
first season, yeah. Nothing could ever compare to the first season of the original series. As far as first seasons go, it's clearly head and shoulders above the rest, because I can only, other than Alternative Factor, which is, I think that's the only stinker, then there are a couple episodes that are like not great or anything, but are still have, you know. Yeah, but that said, this episode, I mean, this first season contains a lot of good stuff, I would say. Just, I'll have to go look at. Oh, there he is. Maybe there's the spreadsheet king. I don't know if he has
Dave
one.
G. Sound says it still leaves me with awe and delight. Still a wonderful escape. I agree, Dave G. Sound. And then Wolfie brings up the stupid up the long ladder. Yeah. Oh, the stupid Lucky Charms
that was second
episode.
season, wasn't it?
The most
that was
racist. Oh my goodness, just absolutely calling the Irish breeding.
Up the long ladder was second season, but that's
second season, but still, like TNG had so many crappy, like really, really fetid, maggoty, poopy diapers. It's beyond the beyonds. TNG stinker-rooney. Anyway.
What about Marky?
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm back. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt, but yeah, thank you for having me on. And I won't miss this. Yep.
Well, we're just a little bit of a wrap up of the first season. We're woefully unprepared for it, just so we're just basically talking.
You don't have a spreadsheet like I do?
Do you have one?
I'm working on it. I'm almost done with it. Yeah, almost.
I left all my notes at home.
I'm just looking at an episode guide.
How could you leave your notes at home?
So while you're doing that, I'll just say I'll talk a little bit. I'll just say, all right, I'll do it this way. I thought it was a nice opening pilot. The emissary was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, you know, Man Alone was okay, but I'm going to just talk about some of my standout episodes.
Yeah.
I really, like I said, I thought Babel was pretty interesting. Captain Pursuit is one of my favorite ones of the season. with the Tusk. I love that one.
Yes.
You know, there were a lot of other ones that were really good. Dax.
The character episodes were, you know, to a large extent, outstanding. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. I think that there was a lot of really good writing.
I forgot. We have some limericks that I couldn't get to earlier.
Oh yeah,
do the limericks.
Because of our handicap. So Max Redstone, I'm glad, man. I almost completely forgot.
Please excuse me for 1 minute. I beg your pardon. I don't like to interrupt. However, Pleasant Valley Picker, I want you to know that you may still deploy your 3 best and your 3 worst. I look forward to reading them in the chat. And
guess that does not matter. What is wrong with you, dude?
It doesn't matter if you know. Anyway, go ahead. I want to see what you have to say.
3 best and worst. Well, you know, like I said, as we've said, number 1 is at a remote location. They both of our friends are on vacation this week. They have a lot of time to prepare some stuff. But if you want to put a 3 best and worst in there, Pleasant Valley, you know, just don't be passive aggressive about it. Just put it in there. All right.
Shooter says, 3 best and worst.
Anyone wants to do 3 best and worst, you're welcome to do so.
I can hear Shooter's hands going like this.
I'm going to do the limits for Max Redstone gave us, and I'm sorry I was not able to do them earlier because, again, because like I said, it was just tougher to do because we had the whole star thing, whatever. But he gave us some limits on 2 episodes tonight. And one of them is Dramatis Personae. And so here we go. Who's Red Reed? So Max Redstone Special Entertainment, folks. He says from Dramatis Personae, on the station, trouble is starting to brew. If it's not clock related, Cisco will eschew. Officers' minds taken over. I think this is a carryover. Let's call it STNG Power Play Part 2. Whoa!
Nice. Well done.
Can I turn everyone's attention just for 1 second, please? I'm sorry to interrupt because I don't have control to star things, so I'm doing more interrupting than I like to do. But Masters Maniac Mexico says, a general compliment to everybody here. The great reviews of season 1 were often controversial, and just today we had about all controversy you can think of. But this community stands all with respect. Masters Maniac Mexico, what a beautiful compliment. And also, thanks for the feedback, because it's important that you feel like you not only get heard here, but that your opinion is respected, and that you've come to a forum that is intelligent enough. You've come to a symposium, as it were, where you're able to hear ideas and express yours fully, and just to create that beautiful soup of rhetoric. So I'm so happy to hear this compliment, and I enjoy your company immensely. So thank you on behalf of one and all here. You welcome to our community. We love having you here, and the feeling, sir, kind sir, is very much mutual. And go ahead, Clubby. I'm sorry.
Thank you indeed, Masters Maniac Mexico. We appreciate those kind words, and we're just great to have you here. Max Redstone's duet by Max Redstone. Here we go. Here we go. For some time, we've watched quite a feat, and this journey has not been a feat. Now, towards the end of the season, our first officer faces her main demon. The story of Major Kira is now complete. Thank you so much, Max Redstone.
Good job, man.
All those great lyrics. The best things about this episode, he can make a bad episode enjoyable with his great lyrics.
Yes. Could we get some applause in the chat for Max Redstone's season 1 limericks that have shocked and delighted and just made everyone laugh. Just terrific writing, Max. Thank you so much for contributing your talent to this show. Everyone loves it. Thank you.
And I figured this would be, since this is Jack Kirby month, I would do a little mention of a tie I found between Jack Kirby and Deep Space Nine. Yes, indeed, folks. Less than a year before he passed away, the great king of comics, Jack Kirby, I found out that from a pretty credible source. Again, this is a source that I trust, but it is, and who's written some Kirby books, but doesn't mean it's 100% sure. But I thought it's fun to mention because I believe it. I only believe it. Don't know it for sure. Jack Kirby pitched a couple of ideas for Star Trek to Ronald D. Moore. Before, and again,
cool.
I guess Moore was a comics fan. I don't know how he got in there, and he, again, it was before, not too long before he passed, so he obviously didn't get a chance to get it off the ground or anything. But I could only imagine. So, could only imagine, huh? What could have been. So, does anybody want to listen? What you got?
Well, I have my duet review that I'm going to post, but
no,
I was unpacking the
ahead.
shuttlecraft.
So
I just posted it, but that was one of the most fantastic episodes of TV I've seen. I mean, it was just so hard hitting watching it again, and it's just asking, just paraphrase my review, but it's asking those questions that you don't want to answer, like what would you if you're confronted with unspeakable evil? How would you act? Or if you see all too often today crimes happening and people pull out their cell phone and they start videotaping instead of helping the person. And once in a while you do see a good Samaritan come to help people. I saw one the other day where they someone sucker punched someone from behind and they nabbed the guy and brought him to justice, hopefully. So it's just so tragic. There's just some of the maybe some of the sci-fi elements, the changing the face, but I look past that and just get to the heart of the episode, and Kira having to deal with those demons, as Max said, and is great limerick there. That just confronting that, and then maybe not forgiving, but understanding what that person went through, and saying, well, you weren't technically guilty, but reminded me of course, that great scene in Avengers when Loki is trying to tells everyone to kneel, and the one person in the crowd stands up. I've known people like you before, and basically we're not gonna take it. We're gonna fight and stand up to you. So that takes a lot of courage, and that's confronts. That's what Star Trek is great. It doesn't always have to be full bore sci-fi. Once the characters the characters and they've earned that time to do a non sci-fi episode, but to tackle something like that, it was really powerful, and one of the better episodes in rewatching. And again, I forgot how hard hitting that episode and how well done it was, and how it made you think about those issues and look at both sides. So yeah, just brilliant episode. So one of my top all time hours of TV ever. So there's some clunkers in this season, but they really have some great writing.
Good night,
in a
Sandra.
lot of the episodes. Take care, Sandra.
Do you want me to read your review, or you want to read it? I'll read it if you want.
Yeah, you read it. It's better when you read it. Yep.
I wouldn't know about all that. But
yeah, you have better voice than me. Yeah.
Duet A+++++++. That's what I gave it. One of the best single episodes I've watched on Star Trek. Ask the tough question that most people don't want to answer. How would you act when confronted with unspeakable evil, as you say? Would you take a stand and would you take a stand and risk at risk of your own life and limb? See, I can't read your words when you're sitting there. As the saying goes, evil triumphs when good men do nothing. Men, huh? Just men.
And yeah.
Sexist. All too often, this is the case, and this episode deals with it beautifully. Totally agree, buddy.
Thank you. Yep.
Greatness. A great review. Yeah. Let's see here.
Thank you. Yep.
See if we got anyone else. All right. So I don't know if anyone has put any of their favorites or Raquel's voice got deeper while I was driving home. Says
the more serious I get, the deeper my voice goes. Sorry.
I know.
Actually, they've done studies on that, and women do that. When women meet people and they want to seem agreeable and they want to seem excited and happy and warm and inviting, they raise their voice a pitch. And unfortunately, I was born Johnny Cash, so I have to make sure that I raise my voice a pitch, and I don't do it on purpose. it happens, right? It happens.
Yeah, Tiger Stripes. It was just a joke. Yeah, just kidding around. Admit it. So, anyway, what do we have here? Oh, okay, here we go. We got some grades here. At least a couple. Boy, no, let's see. But thank you.
Maddie's daddy Steve just said, Raquel, I was talking about Mark D with a C.
Oh,
That's fab.
context
I love
though.
you, Steve, that's
Context.
great.
How am we supposed to know that?
Because we're psychic.
I get okay. We're psychic. We are.
Yeah, I just don't know how I didn't guess the Mega Millions a few weeks ago. I was off by just a few numbers. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm not going to lie. Right now, I'm crushing a beer and a cheeseburger.
Go for it. I've been eating popcorn. Okay. So I'll do this quickly. Number one, do you have a top 3 and 4? I know you didn't get it prepared, so you don't really care. Or do you have one or 3 or 4, whatever?
Mm-hmm. I
You got
did.
it? Oh, you do? Okay, well, go
Well,
for it.
no, I don't have a top 3, but I
Go
really
for it.
did love Duet. I don't like talking with my mouth full, but I love Duet.
Hey, we don't. It's fine. This is the after party.
I absolutely
Yeah.
loved the Lawaksana Odo episode where he liquefies. What's that one called again?
Forsaken.
Forsaken,
Mhm.
yeah.
The Forsaken. For me, the litmus test for me, I hate talking with my mouth full. I'm sorry,
Don't
everyone.
worry about it.
The litmus test for me is when I walk away from a season, what am I left feeling? So at that point, I kind of don't want to think like an author anymore. I don't want to think like an editor anymore. Now I want to think like a viewer, like a reader, like someone who wants to enjoy it. And when I think of Lawaksana, the way that she treats Odo in that moment of vulnerability, and this whole idea of what happens to people who find themselves in the middle of their life and they're alone, that will always be a standout moment for me in Star Trek. When you talk about the first season, the first thing I think of is, wow, the emissary was really good. Wow, I can't believe that Lawaksana did that. Isn't she incredible? And wow, wasn't Duet incredible? So I guess those would be my top 3.
Okay. Do you have a bottom 3 or no?
No, I don't have a bottom 3. I just think there was some equal there I think they just all equally sucked, the ones that did suck. However, I do have to say that this week I really didn't like the whole idea of what they did with it in the hands of the prophets. I thought that was just, that's not good. And even if you're like a religious person and you're not offended because you're not aware that you're being insulted, that's not good enough for me. I think Star Trek is better than this, and Star Trek should not do that. And that's all. That's it.
Okay. Marco, top 3, bottom 3?
Yeah, well, let me share my spreadsheet, I guess, right? Why not?
Go for it.
Get audio video since I finished it.
If you can do that, I'll do mine real quick while you're getting
Yeah,
that
you
up
do
there.
yours. Yep.
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 Let's see here. Where you at? Because you have to. Oh, I thought you meant for me to share it. Go ahead and get it.
Well,
up.
I'm getting it ready here. Yep.
My top 3 great ones for me are Duet, Captive Pursuit, and Vortex. With the Emissary, probably we're up there on close. It might be a toss up between those 2. My bottom are, let's see, Max Redstone's favorite, Move Along Home. Oh,
Oh my
the
God.
storyteller,
Oh,
the freaking storyteller, and then In the Hands of Nurse Ratchet. So a couple really horrible ones, and it's funny because even then, Hands of Nurse Ratchet, there's a lot worse stuff out there, but I didn't like it much. So go for that. And I will save some more of our stuff, reviews.
Yeah, so here's my handy dandy spreadsheet. So just copied, the Wikipedia article and just did my rating. So of course, we pretty much think alike. Captive Pursuit, I thought was a great one of the first really good episodes. The pilot was
Good
good.
night,
science
Michael
fiction,
Beacom,
hey?
good night.
The Tosk? Yeah.
I think Michael Beacom said he's going
Good
to
night,
bed.
Becomes.
Take
Good night.
care. Oh, he says he's going to listen. Okay, keep listening.
Good night, yep,
I'm
and
sorry about that. Okay, and
yep.
Raymond Feliciano, good night, sir.
Good night, Arden.
He
Yep.
already left. Okay, so
I
all right,
would
now, sorry,
sing
hang on a
King
second.
Dolphin TV, but I have a cheeseburger in my mouth. I
King
apologize.
Dolphin TV, King Dolphin TV. I think he's gone anyway. It's been a while since he said hello. Okay, so go for it.
Yeah, so Captain Pursuit, yeah,
Spreadsheet.
great. Yeah, Mr. Spreadsheet. Engineers got to have spreadsheets, right? So, great. Well, I think that was probably the first really good episode. Of course, the pilot I thought was a good, serviceable start to the series. I did really like If Wishes Were Horses, just the fantasy aspect of it, and then tied in then to real sci-fi, which was a kicker in the end, where you've got, you're like, this is ridiculous. Rumpelstiltskin, how is this going to become, how does this relate to science fiction? Then you realize they're aliens on a quote unquote 5-year mission exploring the universe. And when I first heard about Deep Space Nine, I'm like, how are they going to make this interesting? They're stuck on a spaceship. And of course, the first thing they do is tether it next to a wormhole to another, quadrant in the galaxy that, no one knows about. Of course, it could have also opened up the Federation to, attacks, and we'll see, of course, no spoilers here, but, there are some conflicts. Well, I'll just be quiet. But anyway, the whole idea of the wormhole, opening up the galaxy to this, space station that's stuck around a planet really was a great idea versus the craziness of Space 1999, where you're supposed to believe Space Station Alpha on the moon base is flying through the galaxy. As much as I love that show, especially the first
easy
season.
now, down boy. I have an agonizer.
Hey, and then actually the Eagle has landed too at my house when I was away. I finally got my first Eagle.
Oh, nice.
Because I was worried about the toy company that went out of business. So I did just got the Eagle. But yeah, so I loved.
Just so you know,
loved
I
that.
have to interrupt because you're appealing to nerds everywhere. Wendology is doffing her cap to the great spreadsheet.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yep.
Nerds unite. Anti-derivative Jill is also in appreciation of the spreadsheet.
Yeah, you gotta have your facts all in order, and then record everything and have all your data right. Yeah, the Forsaken, as you mentioned, yeah, great character episode. Not hard. We've got Odo, of course, as a science fiction alien, and of course Laxwana as well. But just the compassion she had for him, and you really see, even though she's joking all the time as a character, she's a really deep, thoughtful person, deep down, and just wonderful portrayal by Magil Barrett. I mean, just beautiful, just amazing how she portrays that. And of course, Duet, which we just we just talked about. So those are my top. I'm sneaking in. I'm cheating. I'm doing top 4, but then of course the bottom.
It was so good. That's such a great science fiction episode, isn't it? Hey guys, can everyone say hello to Bruce Lombardo?
Hey, Bruce.
Hey, Bruce.
Hello, Bruce. Hello, Bruce.
Hey, Bruce. And then of course the bottom. I think we have probably the similar bottom ratings. And of course, Move Along Home. I could play that Alan Rain clip, but I don't want to kill everyone's ears. I've been playing that on my. I'm joking, but I've been playing that on my. I know that's we kill people. So I've been playing that on
I
my.
will phone you at home, doing my Keiko impression every hour on the hour for 4 hours. If you do that.
Oh, Ellermain.
Ellermain!
No!
Yeah, so
I'm doing that for Max.
Jill's like, no, don't play it. Thank you.
We're going to ban that word in the chat. Yep. So, yeah, it's hysterical, but it's so bad it's good. It's one of those. I mean, yeah, it's just unbelievable. People, that was one of my first video that went kind of viral. I was telling my daughter, like, one of my videos got 3,000 hits. It's only, a 20-second clip. It's like, Dad, 3,000 hits is not viral. What are you talking about? I'm like, well, for me it is. So, come on. Don't, poor, dad here. Don't kill his ego here, So, but I guess then people were commenting like, was this really on Star Trek? Did this really happen? Is this an outtake, from a blooper reel? Like, no,
all
it
the
happened.
Newbies and normies. What can we do with them?
Yeah, or people
forget.
Or they wanted to forget the episode, maybe, so they just blocked it out of their memory. I mean, it could have been a good episode if they had the money and the effects to, do it properly. like a
Wolfie.
Jumanji type episode. But God,
Look at what Wolfie just put in the chat.
oh my!
Alamo Miles.
Hmm? Oh, how dare you?
Oh, Wolfie, I love you, Wolfie. That's
The,
bitter.
the agonizer for Wolfie.
2,500 of the views were Max Redstone. Yeah. Thank you, Max. Yeah.
That's funny.
And of course, in the hands of the prophets, as we talked about tonight, I didn't really like that one.
No,
And
that's
Q-less, I thought was just Vosh didn't work in that episode. I don't know. There's something about it. It was like a lame attempt to continue TNG with Q. And
what did
although
I give that one, Mark?
I can't remember what you gave the one. I'll have to check.
Did
I don't
like
think
an F?
You
I don't
like
think
it.
you. I don't think you liked it either.
You
Is
gave
that
it
the
a
one
rating.
where does Cisco punch O'Brien in that? Not O'Brien, Q in that episode,
Punch
or is that
Q,
early?
No,
Yeah.
you only met
That
him
was
once.
the only part that was good with the boxing, but
Mhm.
that
I thought
not
Delancey
good.
was still entertaining, and it just didn't do
Yeah, yeah, but overall, it's not a great. It wasn't terrible, but just didn't. Wasn't great. And so yeah, you can see my. So my overall rating was 3.1. So what's that? A solid B, right? So
I
not.
love you. Don't ever change. I love you just the way you are.
much. So,
Play like watch it 2,700 times.
so
Yeah.
in that case, I thought you were done. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just laughing at what Max wrote, but yeah. So solid B. I don't know what would you? How would you guys?
I was going
rate?
to say,
I know
what
you
is your
gave.
rating. Number one, what is your rating for the season? And then I was going to,
Oh, for the season, I didn't
Yeah.
even think of that. But you know what? I do have to say that there were only a handful of stinkers here out of 20 episodes, and they were all really good. Like I felt entertained. I'm somebody who loves hardcore science fiction, but and yet I still liked many of the drama episodes. I still loved many of the character episodes. I thought a lot of clever things really transpired in the writer's room and stuff. And I just think that this is a very strong showing. I mean, it's also weird too, because you're coming off of TNG, right? Which is just like a giant poopy diaper with maggots flying out of it.
That's seventh season, yeah.
Right? So it's just terrible. So like I'm gonna overrate it, but I just have to. Like I think I probably give it an A minus the first season. I think it's terrific. There were only like I said, a couple of stinkers, and the stuff that was shiny and beautiful was really, really shiny and very beautiful. So yeah, let it have an A minus. This is good stuff. It's good stuff. It's not TOS, but it's good stuff, and it's really nice to cleanse the palate when one has been chawing on, poop for all that time with TNG. You know what I mean? So anyway.
Wow, you rated it higher than me. Wow.
Marco, what'd you give it?
Well, I have a 3.1 there, so I guess solid B, right? So
I give it a solid B.
maybe a B plus, yeah.
give it a
B
B
to
plus.
B plus, yeah. So you end up liking the characters.
You do.
Keiko, I never disliked Keiko, but they really had nothing to do with her, so that's why she appears. I'm only thinking like 18 of the episodes overall, or 20.
Completely annoying.
Not that many, huh?
Yeah, so that they didn't know what to do with
Oh,
her.
you mean overall? You mean the whole
Overall, she's only in like
only
18
7 years?
episodes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so because what was she gonna do, right? They had the teaching part, and they used that in this episode.
What do you do when someone's in 18 episodes and it feels like they're in 800 episodes and there's only 173? What do you do then? That's when you're just like, plug your ears, just hit mute, put on subtitles, hit mute so you don't have to hear, oh, Miles, careful who you share your jump joystick with.
And then right here, let's sort by ratings by viewers. Yeah, so let's see how the season did by viewing. So let me resort this. So let's see here. But I think obviously the pilot did.
Hell are you doing?
I'm gonna sort my spreadsheet. You know how to sort spreadsheets? Yeah, come on. So here, well, this is I like this stuff. So here, so 8. Or I didn't because of the text there didn't sort probably, but 18 million for the pilot, and I guess it did 13 million for Man
Ratings?
Alone. No, well, just viewers. Yeah, sorry. So you could see how the season's doing.
That means ratings.
Yeah, right, yeah, viewers, yeah. So, hey, I've been away on the beach and I've had too much sand and sea bugs and come on,
He has sea bug poisoning.
sea bugs,
No,
yeah.
Lordy.
So, yeah, but the ratings were pretty decent for this first season too. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. It was a really nice transition, really, really good. And when you think back on it, I don't know. This is like one of those students where I'm not going to take all of the grades, add them all up, and then divide them by how many essays
yeah,
or quizzes or tests they took. For me, this is really about, did you create, like, now I can put on my Trekkie hat and I could take off my professor's hat and put on my Trekkie hat. And for me, I just think to myself, was this memorable? Did this feel good? Are there episodes that are outstanding where there are great moments where I feel like, yeah, where you pump your Trekkie fist? And that happens several times in this first season. And I never felt that in the first season of TNG. I didn't feel that. And then it just got progressively worse. But this one helped you to pump your fist. Like, yeah, that's cool. That's good. Anyway.
it
Davey
does look
found
like it's,
the curve.
It's getting late and a lot of people are checking out. So let's go ahead and finish up.
Yep.
We'll read with our audience, unless you got any more.
Well, I was just going to say the ratings are just going down as the season progresses too, which if you look at starts and it's on a slide, but still,
Who cares, Mark?
It lasted
Who
seven
cares what they
years.
think? Only what Trekkies think. That's what
True,
really matters.
but these are great. But if
Screw
you had
the normies.
But if you had 8.8 million people watching, that's today, my God, that would be like, wow, a lot of shows would kill for those
Yeah,
ratings.
exactly,
True.
right?
So I mean, but it also, that's how the show stays on the air too. It's got to get those, as much as we're Star Trek quote unquote fanatics. You need a ton of people watching to keep it on the air. So yeah, it did well enough. Yep.
Well,
Dad man loves the spreadsheets too. Yeah.
Darren just came here. Darren, hi.
Hey, Darren.
So good to see you. Your beautiful wife, Wendology, was here earlier, and I was singing your praises and telling everyone to follow you on Insta. I hope you don't mind. I don't remember if your account is private on Insta, but I told them to follow you on Twitter too. I told them what a nice couple you are and that you're cool people. So it's so good to have you here. Thank you for stopping in.
Good to see you, Darren. Thank you for popping in. So let me get to these our audience stuff now, unless you're done.
No, all good. Thank you. Yep.
Okie dokie. All right. So we have some thoughts on the winding up season 1, everybody. From Gwagnar has says season 1 grade A. Excuse me, C. Grade C, sorry. I'm sorry, Gwagnar, I looked in the wrong spot. C. As a viewer, it has enough good stuff to try season 2. In contrast, Next Gen season 1 was a D-. Yeah, I'm with you. And the only reason why I tuned into season 2 was because of the name Star Trek. A very good point. I think there are many who would agree with you on that.
Fair.
And, so you figured, what the hell? I guess I've got nothing better to do. I'll watch it. So, Gwagnar says, Cisco is a much better character than Picard. I agree with that. Was after the first season. Is a much better. Was after the first season. Okay.
Cisco's a much better character than Picard after the first season, I guess. Yeah.
I thought it was better even before that. But anyway.
Yeah.
A highlight of the season was Garrick. He was a memorable character, even though he only appeared once this season. Yes. Thank you, Gwagnar. Let's see. We'll get to Jill and we'll let number 1 handle Jill and ED in a minute. Let's get these other ones real quick. Raymond had to run. He gave the first season an A. Dave G. Sound said, "Okay, Duet was a black box theater experiment on TV and that landed brilliantly with amazing actors playing their craft brilliantly. A+ for acting, C for the sci-fi content." Okay. Michael Beacom says, "Overall, I call this season a B+. They're getting better at creating characters and showing who they are via interactions. Thank you so much." Is everyone still there? I'm not hearing anything.
I am here, boss. Right now,
Okay.
I am eating a bag
No,
of
please go for it. No,
Snap.
it's fine. It's fine. It was weird because I didn't hear anything there. I was usually hear something in my back. Anyway, I'm very good. Wolfie says,
I'm here.
Wolfie says season rating B+. I used to skip season 1, but there's some good stuff in here. Wolfie 7, what's it? What's this? Wolfie 762 battle in full. Why does it got his name in there again? It's confused me there. Battle in full. Your face effects is a game changer. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm sorry if I messed it up, Wolfie. I wasn't really sure exactly what you were saying. But it's late, I guess. Best duet, Captain Pursuit, Vortex.
Very good list.
That's the same 3 I picked there. Worst storyteller, A Man Alone, and Alamare.
I think that my list would have looked like this if I would have had my notes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe
that's a very good list, Wolfie.
Maybe Wolfie was referring to the Battle of Wolf 3159 or
I guess it could have been.
And maybe it put his name in there by accident. I'm just guessing, Wolfie, but that was a cool, especially in the upscaled version that someone did on the interwebs. That's looks so much better to watch it, and the battles do look, the battles do look really cool in there. So, Paramount, give us Deep Space Nine in HD, please.
I'm reading you. MMM says, I have to give this season an A, as I did spend large part of my studies on DS9 instead of inside an auditorium. It had to be worth it. Thank you. Appreciate that. And yes, hopefully it was worth it for you there. Dad Man Walking says, I was sliding off into sleep world, and Mark David had to bring up spreadsheets. That's the world. I thought he had a review because I saw those letters. Thank you. But Dad Man, go back to sleep. Max Redstone says, honest question. It seems that Keiko's character is a bit like Edith Bunker from All in the Family. Would Keiko have been more likable? Miles, more a likable Miles O'Brien was more likable Archie Bunker. More him, yeah.
I think that they could have made the Keiko character more likable if she didn't treat her husband as though he were absurd all the time and slightly out of it or stupid, you know?
Yeah, there's a weird dynamic between the two. Definitely.
Yeah, and like when
you
they're
pay attention
eating,
to it more now. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've been married and dating for a really long time, and he tries to show her Irish food, and she didn't seem too happy to try it. She was turned off by it. And Irish food is really good. And just the thing with the jumja stick, and just like the fact that she openly bickers with him, like shouting and arguing with him in a restaurant in front of everyone. She's not, she's not afraid to humiliate him in public. And the fact that that there is that tension there, it's not like she's a likable character. I'm sure that Rosalind Chow is a beautiful person in her heart and a lovely lady. I mean, she's gorgeous on the outside. I don't know her, but her character is kind of annoying because it sort of seems like she doesn't take her husband seriously, and she's insulting. And I personally don't like people who yell at anyone in public. Don't do that. I'm an introvert. It's bad enough for me to be in public. I don't want to hear about your personal life, and I don't want to hear you like redressing anyone you love or know in public. Don't do that. I don't want to hear it. Stop it.
You had to bring up Keiko, Max. You just had to.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm kidding. This is getting late. Now everyone's. I mean, we've got to say our goodbyes, and we still got a lot of stuff to do there. So no more Keiko, Max. Just kidding, Max.
I promise I'll shut up now.
Now he's gonna write "Oh Miles" 40 times. I bet you. Let's take bets.
Oh, Wesley.
Wesley, don't give him.
We're never going to bed.
Glagler said I met that Cisco was a much better character after season 1. DS9, the Picard was after season. Yeah, I got you there. Thank you. No problem with that. Would you like me to read Jill's and ED's, or do you want to do it?
Yes, please.
Want me to handle it? Because you're eating.
Yes, please.
You got to eat. I'll handle it. Jill says, A. The season overall gets an A for me, even though the math technically calls for a B. This is for many reasons. Don't go with math, go with art. It had an extraordinary pilot taking us to the battlefield of Wolf 359. Thank you, Jillishness. More Jill says, it had amazing character building episodes like Post Prologue, Nagus, Dax Duet, and more. I found this a great season 1 compared to other non-original series, Star Trek series. Yes, that's a good point. It began the slow build of exploring the Gamma Quadrant with some alien interaction, which proved some interesting variety. For better or worse, the galaxy comes to Deep Space Nine. Yes. And the great enigmatic drop bear says, top 3 best in a commendable first season, all 3 with A's. In third place is Duet. In second place, the Nagus. And in first place is Emissary. Thank you so much for that. Now,
Love you, Edie.
top 3 suck. In a season that was overwhelmingly solid, first season, third place, that was an overall sort of a third place with a D plus progress. Second place with a D, Q-less. And in first place, the cheap and nasty Move Along Home. All understandable. Well, actually, I think I liked progress, but still, I hear what you're saying. Some of it anyway. Actually, Jake and Nog were annoying in that episode, so I'm definitely glad you knocked it. Jill says top 3. 3 Dax, 2 The Forsaken, 1 Duet. Gotcha. Worst 3 for Jill. 3 The Storyteller, 2 Passenger, number 1 Move Along Home.
Wolfie. Cheap and nasty. I feel so dirty just for watching it.
Enigmatic Drop Bear says, my math resolves to an average of B, which is incredible when compared to to season 1 of TNG. Yeah, it was a season typified by ambiguity and comprises of different kinds of ensemble of great character of an ensemble of great characters. Sorry, Ed, I need to move this thing closer. All right, the protagonist can just can just warp. See, all right, I'm stopped right now. I'm moving this thing. There we go. Moving my stupid screen, this is a mess here. The protagonist can just warp away from the problems that are thrown their way. Can't just. I hate myself right now. They are stuck with their consequences, a fundamental aspect of the move from episodic to serial stories. Yes, sir. The design of the station itself is both a monument to the past and its renovation, replete with its new occupants, is a symbol of healing and redemption. It looks kind of nifty, too. I also thought the titles chosen for the episodes were very clever. They hinted at nuance in the stories and encouraged the viewer to explore them from different perspectives. As always, the great enigmatic drop bear knocking it out of there. Thank you so much, my friend.
Well.
Indeedishness. What's that? Did I do that?
What?
I don't know. It started though.
Put Edie up there?
Oh, we need.
You had to have. You're the only one with the power.
Well,
you have the power. Yeah.
I did it by accident then. But yes, he does. He thinks you should have an O Miles emoji or something.
Can I make a recommendation to everyone before we move on?
Yes.
Cheez-Its have started making like a potato chip version of their crackers. You need to buy a big bag of it, open it up, and stick your face in it like a horse sticks its face in a feed bag.
Oh, God.
They're made with real cheese and they're really good. So they're Cheez-Its, but they're called Snapped. So they're big and really thin and crispy. And they're terrible for you. And I'm going to eat them all. That is all. I'm going to be quiet now.
Masters Maniac Mexico. I'm sorry, I just forgot, but just for you, he said, "How can it be the Negus is mentioned here?" You just said, "Inconceivable." Quack. I guess that's what
I
he wanted.
love your niggas.
I think that's what he meant. He could be just
Probably,
meant something
yep.
totally different. And I'm just being an idiot. But anyway, all right, folks, we're gonna call it here. We're gonna say do a few show notes, and then say our goodbyes. Don't worry, we'll speed through them. We'll try to speed through them there because we got quite a few, and let everybody get out of here because it is, it's pretty late for a lot of you. I understand that.
Got late
And,
early.
Yes, sir. Now, okay, next week, tentatively, I hope these are right. We'll recheck them and double check them, but starting season 2, I hope I got the right ones, but I don't know because I don't know what kind of order we're going to use.
He's making a list. He's checking it twice. Gonna find out if he's right or something like that.
Well, it should be Homecoming, Circle, The Siege, and Invasive Procedures.
It should be, but I don't know. I'll get Raquel when you get home. Check the book, or one of you check the book. Whoever's got it.
Well, I got to scan it too. Yeah, so I got to send it to you.
We're going to go by book order. Okay, you want to go by companion order? I don't want any more cracks about the book. All right.
Well, I have the book right next to it. So let me.
So everyone, I tell you what we're going to do.
I will tell you what's in the book. I'm grabbing the book.
But some people might see some other different source. So if it's these 4, this is where we're going to do it. If you find some other source online with a different order, I'm sorry. But we want to get in that trap again. We want to do it right now so everyone understands no matter what happens, these are the episodes. And you'll be able to just like come on to, I'll put this in the community thing on YouTube. Those episodes match. Okay. From now on, I'll start putting the poster thingy with the episodes on it in my community tab on YouTube. There, I'll make something for that. So if you want to know the episodes we're doing, even if some other source says they're out of order, this is the way we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it right up in there. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yep. That's
I love you. I love you.
I love you. Show notes. Let's see. Tomorrow night, Mark D. You got. I presume.
I got the geekery going. Yep, Sunday Night Geekery.
Got the geekery going.
Yep. So appreciate everyone who watches that show and hangs out over there. And sometimes you're there, and once in a while, Raquel doesn't have family night too late. She pops in to say hi, and a bunch of other great
because I love
people,
you
Steve
and you
Mitchum.
have a great show. That's why.
Thank you.
Sometimes I leave family date early so that I could be with my friends because Mark's show is fun and he's a very cool person, and you should check it out.
Thank you. And the great Steve Mitchum and the ever awesome Dad Man who just started a channel. So I'm going to pop that link into the.
Dad Man's got a channel. Please go and subscribe to Dad Man's channel. We love Dad Man and the Dad Man clan. Okay, and
and I did get I'm going to unbox this tomorrow night. But here's the Space 1999
unboxing video.
Yeah, well, I'll review this.
On the show.
Yeah, but I did just.
You can put that right back into the box. You can put that in my box.
Put that in the box going.
Yeah, put that in the box to Canada.
This is a gooder. I mean, this looks really good. Oh my god, never had an eagle
all you
before,
Canadians out there listening, did you hear Mark say it's a gooder? He has so many Canadianisms, and he's wonderful at it.
Indeedishness.
Yep. I know we're gonna get out of here, but I had to show that for 2 seconds. Yep, because it looks so good.
Okay, everyone. Show note. As you all know, it's Jack Kirby month, celebrating the King of Comics in August, like I do every August. So Monday night, our great chief engineer and myself will review possibly the greatest Jack Kirby comic book of them all, Fantastic Four number 51. Is it the greatest Jack Kirby comic of them all? I don't know. Are we being presumptuous by even asking the question?
Well, you got to watch the show to find out.
Yeah, you might find out. I don't know.
Listen to Mark D with the C.
This is that arrogance. So anyway, Monday Night Marcy Comics Talk, continuing Jack Kirby once celebrating the King of Comics. And then Wednesday night, celebrating the King of Comics again on Wildcard Wednesday night. Now it's Wild Kirby Wednesday night this month. Kirby Splendor. We're going to talk about the special effects of Jack Kirby. Basically, the Kirby collages, the Kirby crackle, the Kirby machines, the crazy big page spreads, and all the amazing, beautiful, extraordinary art by this unparalleled creative genius. So the King of Comics celebrating continues. And then, of course, the Clubhouse, the Fantastic Three, will join the four and next Thursday night. Please join us. All these, of course, 9 p.m.
Boss,
Central Standard Time. Yeah.
Cassandra Beacom just walked through the door.
She walked?
She
Walked through there? Wow. Hello there, Cassandra.
Hello, gorgeous.
Good to see you. And there you go. Well, it's great to have you pop in. Let's see here. Where were we? I guess. And so that's what we got going on in the course of the next week's Saturday Night Star Trek. So let us start with our goodbyes. Are we ready?
Yeah.
All right. We had a great crowd with you tonight. Really appreciate you all being here with us tonight. Of course, goes without saying, the most wonderful first officer in the fleet, our wonderful Commander R.M. Briggs, going beyond the call of duty by being with us, even though she's on shore leave. Love you so much. Thank you. You did not have to do that. Look, everyone.
Yeah.
Don't get on me don't get on me as like a slave driver, because I told her we could have. She didn't have to show up tonight, but she did, and we love her for it.
I
I mean, there were no
wound up in the
agonizers.
brig.
You know, there were no agonizers involved. Sorry.
Nope.
No.
No, but I almost wound up in the brig. He was like, "Are you sure
Yeah.
this is what you want to do?
Yeah,
If
come
you're
on."
not telling me the truth, you're going straight to the brig." And I was like,
Right.
"Listen, Captain, I love you. I need to hang out with you." And he was like, "Okay."
Well, we love you for it. And Rob Altus, hello there.
Hey, Rob.
Always good to have you pop in there. So, anyway, shout out to everyone. Please, a big hand for our wonderful our wonderful first officer, and of course our chief engineers who we tolerate. No,
Love you all.
big thanks to the great chief engineer Mark D. Thank you for being here, dude. I know he just came off a shore leave, and he's probably very tired. Same deal. He's sacrificing too, because he's been busy all week. He's been traveling today, and he's another one, a knucklehead. I say, look, if you can't make it, you can't make it.
Yeah, sometimes you know when you get back from vacation, you need a vacation from vacation because you're. I mean, I'm joking, but sometimes you do so many things. Yeah, you do too much. But no, it was a good vacation. Oh, and I did read Vulcan's Glory.
We'll talk about that.
And that DC Fontana person, whoever that is, she's got a real great handle for these Star Trek characters. I mean,
she should have wrote some more Star Trek.
Look at this, Cassandra Beacom in the chat. Be seeing you.
Be seeing you.
But everyone go out and buy Vulcan's Glory
Prisoner
and read Vulcan's Glory. Oh, it's so good, so good. I'll review it later down the road, but yeah. Oh, so great. Just reading it's like you're hearing Spock again. It's just because it's DC Fontana. Oh, it's
I need to pick
phenomenal.
that up.
I have to read that
It's
now.
Pike. It's Spock first mission on the Enterprise. Oh, so good.
What?
Bruce Lombardo.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
I gotta read that.
Bruce Lombardo, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. You were too kind, my friend. I appreciate that. He says, good stream, Clubby. Hope to see you tomorrow. Well, thank you. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night. And I hope I know you guys are probably streaming over with the great Mach-Any draws. I know you're over there all the time. So if I'm home and you guys are streaming, I'll definitely pass by there. He's got a great channel. Please go subscribe to Mach-Any draws. He's a fine gentleman, and he has a great crew over there. I assume that's who you were speaking of, what you're speaking of there, Bruce. And Bruce, of course, is a great fellow who hangs out over there. Anyway, let's see. Here we go. So our wonderful communications officer, Jill. Thank you for being here. Anti-derivative Jill, always a big help. Always helps us out. We really appreciate you. The great Lord Thoth could not stay, but he did say hello at the very outset of the show. Hail, Avon lives and long live the Legion, buddy. In case you're hearing this on a repeat, if you come on. Let's see here. Raymond Feliciano, who had to run, but great to see you.
King Dolphin TV.
There you go. Clip that one, Raymond. He's gone. I think. Mr. Angel, Shep, I hope you're feeling better. Please do well, do better, and shout out to you and anyone. If you're over there, if you're at the hospital now, shout out to your wonderful hospital personnel.
That's right. That's right. You take care of yourself. We love you very much. We're all thinking of you.
Bruce, you're too kind to say that, but I don't know anything about comics and stuff. But
What?
Jeez.
But I appreciate
If you don't know anything about comics, the world should just fold itself into four and disappear forever.
Bruce knows more than me.
Dave G. Sound.
Dave G. Sound just joined as a member. I can't see what level that is, Dave.
Clobberer level. Thank you, Dave.
Clobberer, thank you, because it doesn't show me over here. Dave G. Sound, welcome and thank you so much You're too kind. It's great to have you. Pretty soon we'll do a big members. We're gonna do a members chat thingy. You guys can hang out with me. It will be fun. And Raquel will whisper. Phantom Outsider was a man. Phantom Outsider, Fanty Buddy. I hope you're doing great, man. Thank you for being here. Pleasant Valley Picker. Have a good one. Shooter.
Pew,
8323.
pew, pew, pew.
Thank you so much, buddy. I believe he had to run, but the great J-Man, who had a birthday, I believe the other day. Happy birthday
You
to the
look
great
like
J-Man.
a monkey, and you smell like one too.
Oops. I
I can only say that and do that because I'm friends with Jay and I love him. So
believe the Catman, the AKD Myers. Did you tell? Is somebody remembering that correct? That your birthday was today, or yesterday by now? But I think happy birthday. I think that was someone said it in the chat. My memory's garbage, but I hope so. I'm getting it right.
So we can't give you the bumps because if we did, we'd be charged with assault. You're way too old for bumps. So just happy birthday, baby. We love you.
The great buddy Dave Bob, who joined also. Thank you, Dave Bob. And I know he had to run, but big shout out and love to our good buddy Dave Bob.
Yes.
Gwagnar. Thank you for being here. Our good friend Nenat and Axamanda Bear. Thank you so much. The great master of iron himself, D. Bud Martin, brother.
Martin.
Fantastic friend of the show. Good to see you, man. Our great friend Enigmatic Drop Bear. Thank you so much.
Yep.
For
The
all you
erudite
do.
bear. You were terrific as always. Love
Appreciate
the
you.
conversation. You're such great company, sweetheart. Have a great week.
I think Hungry Boy was so tired he kind of had to run, but Hungry Boy, shout out. We love you.
Do you know that he hasn't slept in like 2 or 3 days? He's been painting and working.
Yeah.
Like he's had like one of those artistic moments where it just all comes out of him at once. And he is just working. So everyone just send him a little love on Twitter. He's a sweetheart of a human being, and he's busy with art, which is to the delight of everyone around him because he's just so talented. So good night, Hungry Boy. We love you, honey.
Love you, Hungry Boy. Thank you, buddy.
Take care, Hungry Boy.
Get some rest, boy.
Yep.
Get
go
your
to
ass
sleep.
to sleep, man.
Mhm.
Mr. Tickle Trunk, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for all you do. The great J.T. Kirk. One of our greatest pals ever, one of the greatest gentlemen ever to live, Chris Persia.
Hey, sweetheart.
Thank you, man. He had to
love you. Thank you so much for everything.
Our great friend Wolfie.
Oh.
Good to see you, Wolf. Thank you so much. Our good buddy Dadman walking, and hail to you and your wonderful Dadman clan, Mrs. Dadman and the family.
The Dadman clan.
Who changed his avatar, throwing me off there.
Yeah, sneaky.
Sandra,
get that man's channel in there too.
Sandra, I believe Sandra Feliciano had to go, but whether they have gone or not, Feliciano's, tomorrow is their anniversary. Big congrats from the Clobbering Time crew. I hope they have a wonderful anniversary.
Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary.
Just making sure that was all. The great Max Redstone, the master.
Maximum Redstone.
Thank you, buddy. Our new and great friend, Masters Maniac Mexico, MMM. Always a pleasure. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah.
Captain.
Oh, and here's I'm sorry. Here's Dadman Walking's. Sorry about that link. So everyone sub to Dadman Walking.
Okay,
just put it in the chat.
Go ahead. It's in there. Thank you for that because I didn't know he started one. Captain Time Lord Spock. Always a pleasure, buddies. One and two times somewhere. Diesel. Thank you for popping in.
Night, sweetheart.
In Fear Tor.
Ooh.
Thank you. The wonderful, great pal Michael Beacom and of course,
Cassandra
his
Beacom.
His wonderful better half, Cassandra. Thank you, Cassandra. Good to see you there. I'm glad you popped in. Captain James say Skywalker.
Skywalker.
Our good friend Tyrell72. Tyrell, I hope you're having a fantastic night out there. You're probably
He
working and
had
lurking.
fun tonight. He left a note earlier in the chat, and I know it's
Oh,
hard to catch
good,
them all
good.
because they're all flying by, but he had fun tonight, and that makes me so happy. We love you, Tyrell.
Excellent. Thank you, Tyrell. Larry.
Larry. Love you, Larry.
Thank you, buddy. Lat 70s rock fan, the Cam of the Loops. I don't even know what Cam Loops
Cam
means.
Loops.
I don't even know what that means. I still don't know what it means.
It's kind of like Fruit Loops.
No,
I
it's
don't know.
actually a beautiful resort town that is nestled in the Okanagan. It's absolutely gorgeous there. They have the most beautiful weather, the most beautiful mountains, deep, gorgeous lakes. It's one of the most beautiful places on earth, truly. Millions of people flock to that area every year just to be in that area. It's that beautiful. And so our lovely Scotsman lives there. And so sometimes when I yell Kamloops, it's out of jealousy, which I'm just saying to tease our Scotsman because I know it's actually making them laugh. But yeah, he lives somewhere that's really, really beautiful. Think of the place where they make the best wine, where you see 30 and 60-foot yachts and the sun is shining and there are beautiful mountains and trees all around you and delicious food and a vibrant music scene. That's where he lives. He lives somewhere really, really special. So I love to tease him about it and yell, Kamloops!
I just took a vacation. I can't go there now.
Wait, you going to add to that after she got through it all? You got something to say? I mean, what's wrong with both of you? I'm going to put you in a timeout.
Sorry.
Katie Carr.
I was quick.
Katie Carr. I had to run.
Were you saying I wasn't quick?
I was quick.
Shin kicks. Shin kicks.
Wait a minute. Wait. Let me ask you something. Did you think you were quick?
No.
Oh, well, there you go.
Damn it.
I love you. Katie Carr, love you. Thank you for being here. That's just had to run already. And they call him Scuba Pete.
Scuba Pete.
And
Leslie.
The great Maddie's daddy, Steve Bitch and Buddy. I don't know if you're still hearing this, but I hope you and Maddie are doing well.
Yep.
Indeed.
Hey, did you know that Mark's voice has gone up an octave for the second part of the show?
No.
I'm sorry, I had to. I'm gonna be quiet now.
No, you
Before
don't.
I get put in the agony booth.
Crap.
Oh, you're fine. Keely Child rolled some tide there, Keely. Paulame's Binion.
And the pepperoni.
I just wanted to do something different.
That's great. That's great.
Mazarus.
Nice.
Mark Seth, thank you for popping
Good night,
in
Mark.
there. Mark Cardinal Sin Gil.
Cardi.
Thank you always for popping in, buddy, and thank you for the super sticker, my good friend. I hope you are doing well out there, brother.
Yeah.
Dave G. Sound.
You were
Thank you for being here
outstanding tonight, Dave.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you for the intelligent conversation, the insightful comments, and for making me laugh. I love it. I love it when you joke around, and I think you're hysterical. So keep those hysterical comments coming.
Adidishness. Midnight's Oblivion.
Good night.
Windology. Lovely lady.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and Darren.
And Darren, the Darren Zone. Oh, thank you both.
I'm so
being here
happy. We had a touch of Wales here.
Adidishness. I'm jealous. I want to go to Wales so I can go to the Hotel Port Marion.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. Wales is gorgeous, man. And those two people are very nice people. I hope they come here more. I know that they listen to our show after it's broadcast, like I said earlier, because of where they live. It's impossible. Like, no one wants to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to watch a podcast on YouTube. And so they always watch us later. But they're two really, really sweet and special people. So I hope they come back. And what they did tonight was really cool, showing up like that, getting up at 5
Very
o'clock in the
nice.
morning.
Oh, yes. Very late there. Yeah. Very nice. We appreciate that so much.
Yeah.
Very cool people. Monkey Chivas is here.
Monkey Chivas.
I'll never get tired of how you say that. Tiger Stripes, thank you. Zacharot, thanks for being here tonight, buddy. Again, the aforementioned great Bruce Lombardo. Thank you for popping in there, man, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate
And
it.
the Dix division.
And Rob Altus, finally, and I think that finishes out our list. Thank you, Rob.
Night,
We got
Rob.
them all done. I hope we did not miss anyone. I try not to. It's not always possible to see everyone. But anyway, everyone, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. As always, you make Saturday night special for us. I mean, look, I love hanging with Raquel so much, and even Mark sometimes. Just kidding. Both of them so much
I know.
that it could be no one in the chat. It'd be fine. We would still have fun. It would all be great. So, but it's just having you guys just add something to it, hanging out with you. It just feels like a big
A lot
party.
of fun. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
and I cannot thank you enough for hanging out with me. And thank you just for being here. And I hope to see you next week. I hope to see you in any of you or comics. I know we don't do always Star Trek, but any of you are in the comics, I hope you'll come by for some of the Kirby streams as well. Thank you so much. And before we get out of here, I would urge you to watch. We'll have the credits coming up, but to watch these important messages. And please, and if you're hearing this later on a download, thank you all. Eric O'Sullivan and anyone else out there lurking, we appreciate that. We also appreciate you listening on our download. Please watch these important messages and please check out the wonderful literary works of the greatest first officer who ever lived, my beautiful friend Commander R.M. Briggs, who is on shore leave. And but we'll be back. Same Trek time, same Trek channel, I think. She'll be back next week. I don't know. She might be on like a 5 months shore leave. We don't know. In fact,
Wild horses couldn't drag me away from you.
in fact, I checked with her, and this is what I found out.
Surely that.
So, anyway, please watch these important messages. Please go and check out her wonderful works, and please have a fantastic rest of your weekend and a great week. Thank you, folks. Good night, everybody.